Well, it's 7 o'clock and I'm wondering, looks like we have dropped 2 board members that I hope will be logging back in. So you might want to watch for those, Lisa or Carrie.
I will watch.
Thank you. I'm going to give them about a minute and then we'll start the meeting. I'm sure they'll join us again. Great. Okay. I'm going to start, open our regular board meeting. I called the meeting to order of the Eugene School Board on Wednesday, March 16th, 2022. It is 7:01 p.m. We have we are all meeting virtually. This is our last virtual meeting, I believe, for our regular board meetings. And we have board member Maya Rabasa, Martina Shabram, Mary Walston, Alicia Hayes, Gordon Lafer present. And I know board member Laurel O'Rourke will be logging on here momentarily. There she is, great. And there's Laurel. So we have all, and myself, Judy Newman. So we have all 7 board members present. And please join me for the flag salute. I pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now read the land acknowledgement. The Eugene School Board would like to acknowledge that our institution sits on the homelands of the Kalapuya people. In the treaties of 1851 and 1854 through 1855, and the subsequent forced removals of many Indian people from Western Oregon, some of the Kalapuya were moved to the Grand Ronde Reservation, and some were moved to the Siletz Reservation. It's important to note that all of the Lane County was an important trading and gathering area for camas and other resources. During the Restoration era from 1977 to 1989, Lane County was designated as the service area of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Cowell Indian Tribe, and the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Indians. Eugene School District 4J acknowledges that the descendants of original and service area inhabitants of this land are still here today. They're thriving members of our schools and our communities. Countless members of other tribes now also call our community and schools their home. We wish to thank those original stewards of this land. We, as fellow stewards of this land, wish to remember that we need to take good care of this land and take good care of all the members of our school district community. Thank you. So we're going to take a moment to do our agenda review. And I want to point out to everyone here and to our listening audience that the order of the agenda has been modified. And we did this because we have an action item that we would like our ALMA advisory group present for to answer questions. And so we moved, first of all, we're going to get public comment because public comment may be relevant to our first action item. We're going to get employee group comments as well. And then we're going to move into our first action item, which is to approve the superintendent process and timeline. And then we're going to return to a regular agenda where the superintendent speaks and the board chair and our school board, etc. So I see Gordon has a hand up.
Thanks, Judy. I would like to, the second item that we have under item for action, which is health insurance and COLA increases for MAPS. I have some questions and discussion, and I would like to see if we could move that to item for action at a future meeting so we have time to discuss it tonight before making a final decision, because it hasn't come to us, unless I missed something. I don't think it's come to us before.
Okay, so do we vote on that at this point to make the agenda switch? Mary?
Not to be contrary, but we actually have discussed this before, and I don't understand why we need to delay it any further, because we've talked about this before.
It wasn't, was it on the agenda before? I don't remember it ever
We
being.
talked about this when we were in process of giving direction to our negotiating team. That's all I can say right now.
Yes.
Well,
Because it was in executive session.
well, okay, I mean, we certainly did not have a thorough discussion because that wasn't a topic, right? We're in an executive session for a different purpose, and this came up in connection with that, but we didn't have a direct discussion, so.
Laurel?
But I think we do vote ultimately, Judy. I mean, we can discuss for whatever, but.
I would say we have the vote and then have the discussion as part of the vote. We're kind of putting the cart before the horse right now. So let's do it what we're supposed to do. So I will call a vote for this.
Okay, and so you're moving the agenda item for action on the MAPS employee package to off an item for action to an item for future action.
Right, so just one step back, yeah.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So it's been moved by Gordon and seconded by Laurel. So now it's time for the discussion.
I guess it feels a little weird to have the discussion.
Discussion on the motion, not on the.
Right,
content,
so I
correct?
don't know that I have anything more to say on the motion, except I feel like there's something substantive I'd like to discuss when we get there, but we're not gonna have that discussion now, right?
I will say that I would like to understand more, and so that's why I supported this motion. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll say extremely briefly, given all the things that we're trying to do and the fiscal situation that we're in, I would like to understand what the impacts might be of capping that at a certain salary level so that the highest salary levels are, so that there's a salary cap on it. That would, I think there's a couple different ways to do that. So anyway, that's the issue that I would like to.
Okay, so Mary?
With all due respect, Chair, we are discussing the motion to
Yeah.
delay it, not the content of it. So
Thank you.
please keep the content and the discussion in line. Thank you.
Let's vote on moving the agenda item, okay? Maya, is this about the moving the agenda item?
Yeah, I just was going to say that it would make sense to me to do it in the two steps, unless there's some pressing timely need for this to be decided today. It follows the protocol as it's been repeatedly established over and over.
Superintendent?
So typically the MAPS MAPS agreement would follow EEA. So we have a mirrored, or we have a Me Too agreement. And the part that makes it time sensitive is that if either EEA or the MAPS one doesn't pass tonight, there's a retroactive part of it that we have to pay out. And so it's time sensitive if we want them to get their COLA for the beginning of the year, this paycheck. The cutoff would be today or tomorrow.
Okay. Any other comments? Maya, your hand is up.
Yeah, Sydney, if you could explain, does that mean that if we delay deciding today, it doesn't mean the retroactiveness would be negated, it just means that it would be postponed, is that correct? Okay. Thank you for explaining.
It has something to do with the system, and if you wanted more, Karen is somewhere.
Nope, I don't need more. I just needed to understand that it didn't go away completely. It just was delayed. Thank you.
Okay, so shall we call the vote? All those in favor of moving the agenda item off the item for action to item for future action, please raise your hand. So we have 3 votes yes, Maya, Gordon, Laurel. All those opposed, raise your hand. We have 4 items no, so the agenda item will stay and we'll have a chance to discuss it because it is an item on the agenda, so great. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, then the agenda is as stands. So we will now move to public comment, getting items as raised by the audience. Let's see, the school board receives written comments by email at board@4j.lane.edu and sets aside time on each regular board meeting to hear public comment. Community members can sign up to speak to the board by submitting their request online at 4j.lane.edu/board/public comment or contact the superintendent's office. The deadline is the Monday before each meeting. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes and cannot give their time to another speaker. A timekeeper will show a sign when the speaker has 30 seconds left and when their time is up. Speakers may offer objective comments or criticism about district operations and programs. For complaints about individuals, the district has a board policy and complaint process. Please contact the superintendent's office at 541-790-7706 for more information about submitting a formal complaint. Tonight, we had 10 speakers signed up, and I will ask Carrie Delph to introduce each speaker and let them in.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Larry Lewin, and he is coming on video now. He'll be followed by Shira Faley.
Thank you, school board members and Superintendent Sidney, for this opportunity to speak to you. I am Larry Lewin, retired 4J teacher and now a member of CAPE, Community Alliance for Public Education. First, a shout out to you, board, for your brave work this year on revising the district's anti-racial harassment policy, improving and strengthening it. I was impressed with your 7-0 vote to approve it. Our district and the rest of the state will soon be entering the spring summative testing period. So I went to 4J's website to find the dates of the Smarter Balance testing, but I couldn't find them on the 4J website. On our district's homepage, I clicked under the banner Parents, scrolled down to State Testing, and I was able to find this. Question, is state testing being done during the COVID-19 pandemic? Answer, for this school year, 2021-22, state testing will return to normal with the addition of a remote testing option for students who are learning online. Schools administer annual statewide assessments of language arts and math for students in grades 3 through 8 and 11, and for science in grades 5, 8, and 11. No testing dates are posted on our website, only that Oregon is, quote, back to normal, meaning returning to these standardized tests in perhaps the most difficult school year in our history, after the tests were suspended for the past 2 years due to the pandemic's interruption. I know Oregon asked the federal government for a 3rd year of suspended tests, but was denied. School board members, these Smarter Balance standardized tests are not useful members of our students' academic growth. The criticisms of these tests are now well known by you, the superintendent, and the district administration. Beyond not useful, these standardized tests continue to harm our students, especially those of color and low income. The data on standardized testing on this is clear and obvious. And I say this as a retired teacher, a teacher who values useful assessments, not the online bubble tests that continue to rob students of valuable instructional time and the much needed emotional healing this year. I know our district does not decide on using these tests. They are required by the federal government and through the ODE. But as leaders of 4J, you can advise parents of their ongoing right to boycott these tests by opting their children out. The annual state-approved opt-out form to do this protest act is available on the 4J website, but it took me 3 clicks to find it. Bethel and Springfield districts have much easier access. Board members, I've made this request to district staff for multiple years. Put a simple opt-out button right on the homepage in English and Spanish so that parents can find it easily. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
The next speaker is Shira Fatally. She'll be followed by Camille Foskett.
Greetings to the 4J community. My name is Shira Fadley. I teach band and choir at Roosevelt Middle School and serve as the halftime music teacher on special assignment, more commonly known as a TOSA. I come with gratitude to the board members for the gift of your time and energies in service to the students and families of 4J. I value how you are pursuing the messy processes of democratic decision-making together. For more than 30 years, March has been celebrated as Music in Our Schools Month. This year is a particularly poignant celebration because of the challenges faced over the last 2 years. Music is good for human beings. It's proven positive effects on brain development, and music's innate ability to create empathy and emotional nurturing are what students need now more than ever. My purpose in speaking to you is to celebrate the resilience of 4J music educators and students, and to make myself known to you as a resource about our programs, our history, and our specific needs. Earlier this year, we celebrated secondary students who participated in state, regional, and national honor ensembles. We have since had dozens of students qualify for the OSAA state solo and chamber music contests. No one automatically qualifies by winning their category at the district level. Musicians must achieve certain benchmarks to be part of a state level competition. In addition to those individuals and small groups, the Sheldon High School Band has qualified and will participate in the state band contest in May. Several of our committed music teachers, David Adey, Stephen Johnson, Julie Bounds, and Melissa Nixon, were invited to share their expertise this year, presenting workshops and clinics for other teachers at state and national music educator conventions. 4J has new music curriculum adoptions at all levels for general music and choral and instrumental ensembles. At the elementary level, teachers received a full day of publisher-supported training in August associated with this new curriculum. It is only in the last 5 years that PE and music have been restored to being fully staffed at our elementary schools, meaning that every student receives instruction in those subjects at least twice a week. Elementary music and PE teachers are key members of their building communities. They know and work with all the students in the building over all the years that the student attends that site. They give up their spaces and are key tech and behavioral support for school-wide assemblies and events. They are crucial leaders in the building's health and climate. Having music positions fully staffed at the elementary level was the first success of a district music visioning plan outlined during the time Shelley Berman was serving as superintendent. The next step is to rebuild our once robust choral programs. Every middle and high school should have a choir. I'm going to skip some of my remarks, but I leave you with the invitation to contact me for more in-depth conversation around program needs and more details and resources supporting my remarks. We face many challenges still. We have already invested in dedicated music spaces and aging instrument inventories in most buildings. Repair and cleaning costs are 3 or 4 times higher than they were 10 years ago, but they are still cheaper than replacement costs. If there isn't
Thank you, Shira. Sorry, please email us any additional comments. Sorry.
Thank you. The next speaker coming on screen now is Camille Foskett. She'll be followed by Dwight Holton.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak again here at a meeting. This is my second time, and I'm finding that I'm loving this. So to express my thoughts and feelings tonight, I'm going to be pretty short. I'm really here to express my concerns more as a parent and a community member than anything more than I'm a 4J staff as well. But As many of you know, another 4J student took their life last week, and I really I want to take the time to express my condolences to their friends and family and loved ones, and also the many 4J students that have taken their lives over the last year and a half, particularly during the pandemic. This is an epidemic, folks, and I am horrified by this as a parent and a community member. Many of these students I've known, and this student last week I've actually worked with one-on-one, and so my heart is just breaking for his family, and I feel like I don't want to put it on anyone, but I feel like we need to do more across the nation, school boards across the country. We need to be throwing all our efforts at this right now. We're coming, I think it's a crucial time here coming out of the pandemic. I feel like this is an opportunity for us to really kind of throw a lot of time and effort and energy and resources at this problem. It's a problem everywhere. But it is shockingly worse in Oregon. The statistics are out there. We have a 40% higher suicide rate than any other country, any other state in the country. And I know that there's many factors that go into making that higher. But I think that, here recently we're seeing this, in just a horrifying way. I just kind of like to suggest to the board some of the ideas that I've I'm a problem solver, so I'm trying to think of things that we can do as a community. And I think that it does take a village to tackle this problem. And I think that the district could even tap into the resources that we have on a volunteer basis. It doesn't have to be money that we're spending on this problem. We could create a volunteer task force, like a mental health task force, where we tap into the resources that are out there, right? Parents that are mental health specialists and things like that, and pull from their experience and their knowledge. I also think that we need to increase the truancy standards. Kids are missing school, and it's not acceptable. They need to be in school. This is where they're safe. This is where they're learning. This is where they're supported. This is where they're loved sometimes. It's the only place they're loved. And they need to be in school. Truancy, they need to go up. I'm sorry, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dwight Holton, who's coming in right now. He'll be followed by Nadine Bhatia.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening, I should say. My name is Dwight Holton, and I am the Executive Director of Lines for Life. Lines for Life is a nonprofit dedicated to preventing substance abuse and suicide, and promoting mental wellness. I want to begin by offering my deepest sympathies and sorrow for the challenges that your district has faced with youth mental health and with suicide. It's devastating. It's something that we are seeing all over the state and that we are feeling all over the state. Lines for Life has three key programs that are very relevant to your work. One, we operate a youth line, which is a teen-to-teen crisis line, which serves many people in Lane County and many young people in your 4J. Two, we have a school suicide prevention and wellness initiative with the state that teams up our suicide prevention experts with school system experts to make change and improvement. And three, we operate the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline in Oregon. I am pleased to report that the Lines for Life, the Oregon Department of Education, Oregon Health Authority, and many other partners are already working very closely with Superintendent Vanderkar and the suicide prevention specialist, Angie Meyer, in 4J to build better wellness infrastructure, support students, and make sure that school campuses can be the safe place that Ms. Foskett references and knows can be true. I understand and am very sorry for the pain you are feeling and enduring, but I have good news for you, which is that 4J is very much on the cutting edge of innovation and effectiveness in addressing the challenge of student wellness, which is universal in this state and universal in this country. We know it at Lines for Life because we talk to 30,000 kids in crisis every year on our youth line. You are among the very few districts that have created the position of suicide prevention and wellness coordinator. And Ms. Meyer has been working closely with experts, including those at Lines for Life, to build programming, to offer training and support, to offer things like QPR training so that faculty, parents, and others can identify crisis and address it up front. We have much work to do. I'm confident in the work we are doing through the state, through our suicide prevention and wellness initiative. I'm confident that you will be setting a path for others with your leading effort, and we are pleased to work with you on it. A couple ideas that we've been kicking around that I think might be important fixes, and I know the district's already thinking about. One would be to put the youth line number on the back of every ID. There are many school districts in the state that do that, make that resource front and center and available to students. Another would be the possibility of a youth line satellite here in the 4J district so that students here can take part and be a part of the Great Youth Line.
Thank you,
Thank
Dwight.
you. Sorry, thank you. The next speaker is Nadine Batcha, followed by Coral Smith.
My video is stopped, so I need some technical help. Can I just hear if I'm being heard? There we go.
We can hear you.
Thank you. On Tuesday, March 15th, the Lane County Health and Human Services declared a public health emergency and organized a team from HHS to coordinate the response with affected communities using their incident command system. Suicide is the second leading cause of death amongst Oregonians that are aged 10 to 24. In Lane County, suicide rate is consistently 50% greater than the national rates. In the 4J suicide prevention plan and procedures, you indicate that you have the ethical responsibility to take a proactive approach in preventing deaths by suicide. At this point, I think 4J has earned an F in working with the public health officials to respond to the ever-increasing crisis of anxiety, depression, and desperation, since it seems to have taken 4 deaths linked to the South Eugene families and at least one additional attempt to get the ball rolling at the district level. Please become more transparent in communicating to our families the comprehensive suicide prevention policies, including prevention, intervention, and postvention components. Please work more efficiently with Lane County Public Health and the Oregon Health Association to put into motion the myriad of responses that we desperately need. Our kids are in crisis and our families need support services. There are just not enough practitioners in Eugene for adolescent counseling. Please take some of the federal monies that you have received, the $18 million, which have to be spent over the next 2 years by 2024, and put into place mental health support services and counselors. Please run a live family session in person and on Zoom, and please make sure there are Spanish services being offered as well. Please review your own prevention, intervention, and postvention web of interconnection and put the action into motion. Talking about suicide is safe. It provides people at risk with a sense of relief and is the first step towards recovery. We owe it to our kids. Please move quickly. This is urgent.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker coming in momentarily is Coral Smith. She'll be followed by Sue Walling. Ms. Smith, we can see you.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to join tonight. My name is Coral Smith, and I am the Central Records Division Director at Oregon State Police. One of the programs that is within my division is Safe Oregon. I saw in your last board meeting that there were some concerns or questions about the program, and so I wanted to hopefully provide some clarity and education about what it is that we do. The idea for Safe Oregon came from the Oregon Task Force on School Safety, a legislatively appointed group of educators, law enforcement, fire and rescue, and public mental health officials. The proposal was House Bill 4075, which passed in 2016. ORS 339.341 on statewide school safety prevention systems does ask that school safety and prevention specialists work collaboratively with Oregon State Police to support school and education service districts in accessing and implementing Safe Oregon. Although Oregon State Police provides oversight of the program, the focus and intention is for students to have the accessibility to report safety concerns anonymously or confidentially. The day-to-day supervision of the program is done by myself and Lisa Miller, and we are both civilian employees of Oregon State Police. Our call center that we contract with is staffed with employees who have prior teaching experience, counseling experience, crisis training, and customer service. They receive the tips 24/7, 365 every day at all hours, and each tip that comes in is reviewed by a real person. These tips are categorized as standard, urgent, or critical and escalated appropriately. Only the critical tips, which pose an immediate threat to safety, are provided to law enforcement. Otherwise, tips follow the standard reporting process and are delivered to the school's designated points of contact. This is a very small percentage of our total tips. Lisa has signed up to speak after me and will provide some additional information on metrics. Currently, we have 87% of schools in Oregon enrolled with varying levels of engagement and usage. The more that a school promotes and supports the program, the higher volume of tips received. Most students don't want to report concerns of others in person for fear of retaliation. Safe Oregon provides a completely anonymous way for students to report concerns if they're about themselves, a friend, or a peer. The students are usually the ones that will notice first changes in behavior of their friends or when there are concerns for safety. Tips can be submitted on our website by text, phone call, email, or on our free app for Apple and Android. We have a large number of success stories and heard directly from students themselves about the accessibility and follow through of the program, providing assistance and support where needed, and allowing schools to investigate and resolve issues and concerns at the lowest level possible. We would love to continue our partnership with you and have additional conversations or provide resources to the school, and are always open to suggestions and feedback on how to improve. Thank you so much.
It is inappropriate that we have contracted people speaking at our public time.
Yeah, they're public. They can.
No,
they
they're
can enter
contracted with
public
us.
content.
It's inappropriate and it's being done in a political mover and it's inappropriate.
Okay.
It should have been brought to the board in another way.
I don't
You're
see
taking the time of our local citizens with this propaganda. It's inappropriate in the extreme.
The next public speaker is Sue Walling, followed by Lisa Miller, and then the last speaker will be Julie Daniel.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I just watched your work session about the district's climate action plan, and while I'm glad that you're educating students about climate issues, I'm very disappointed that you don't take a more experiential approach. I think 4J students can lead Eugene in actually achieving climate solutions. I presume the climate curriculum teaches students that in Eugene, by far the largest part of greenhouse gases, 53% of the total, comes from transportation, specifically reliance on private automobiles. A quick look at any school in the morning or afternoon reveals that 4J is probably the largest generator of automobile trips in Lane County. I see it every time I volunteer with Safe Routes to Schools bike rides, when we take sixth graders out on bikes and encounter very little traffic until we approach the school the last period of the day, when suddenly the blocks around the school are filled with cars picking up students from school. It shouldn't be that way. We invest in Safe Routes classes to teach students to ride bikes safely, and the city spends taxpayer dollars to provide safer street crossing near schools. But where is the school district's commitment to promoting active transportation to school? Most students who attend their neighborhood schools live within easy walking distance, and the only significant safety hazard to their walking or bicycling to school is the number of parents driving students to school. The district could do much more to discourage school-related driving. For instance, you could move pick-up and drop-off locations for non-disabled students a few blocks away from campus. You could assign each school principal a target number of students arriving at school using active transportation, maybe 30% and increasing each year. Schools could help organize and support groups of students to walk or bike to school. You could send out information to parents every month about helping young people use active transportation to get to school and the importance of doing so. You could require parents who choose to send their kids to a school that is not their neighborhood school to submit a transportation plan. You could sponsor competition between schools to encourage active transportation. These are just a few ideas. I'm sure you and your creative students could come up with more. The recent climate strike held in Washburn Park demonstrates that 4J students care about climate change. And I know you believe in empowering students to take control of their future. Simply converting school buses to electric power is not enough. Bring students and their families into the climate action plan. They can help minimize car trips to school and develop habits of active transportation that they'll need for a zero carbon future. Thank you so much for listening and for your service to Eugene.
Thank you, Susan.
The next speaker will be Lisa Miller, who is coming in right now as a panelist, and then the final speaker will be Julie Daniel. Ms. Miller, we can see you. I know you didn't hear me speaking, so this is Ms. Miller, second to last speaker.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Lisa Miller. I am the program analyst at Oregon State Police assigned to the Safe Oregon program. One of my roles is to monitor and analyze data coming into the tip line. So I'm just here to provide you with some of that data that's been collected. Your district over the last 5 years received 111 tips since 2017. Most of these tips were submitted anonymously through the website, as Coral mentioned earlier. A few highlights of these tips: 26% of the tips were reporting incidents involving bullying, harassment, or cyberbullying, which is the most common tip received through school safety tip lines. 9% of the tips received were possession, use, or distribution of drugs, including vaping. These tips may or may not be happening on school grounds. Often they are submitted through a social media post over the weekend, but it just shows that our students are concerned about their peers using drugs and provides an opportunity for early intervention. And 6% of these tips coming in are suicidal ideations reported by another person. My heart hurts for your district. I'm so sorry to hear about the suicides that happened recently. I wasn't aware. Safe Oregon really is an opportunity to provide students with a safe place to report information that they know of when they're concerned about a friend. So I just want to throw that in there. I want to emphasize the fact that schools are the primary owners and decision makers of this information that's received through the tip line. The only exception is the critical calls that Coral mentioned earlier. When those come in that occasionally require police attention, those are the potentially life-threatening calls. These critical calls average less than 1% of the tips received throughout the state. And in fact, over the last 5 years, Eugene's only received one. Safe Oregon saved many lives. It's connected students to mental health services, initiated threat assessments, and helped intervene with issues of bullying and early drug use. At Oregon State Police, our role is to provide easy access and support the program, to the schools that are using the program. But the school's role is actually to respond to the tips that come in and forward information to service providers and law enforcement as appropriate. And I think it's also important to mention that the number of tips received through Safe Oregon are not correlated to how safe a school is, but more so an indicator of student awareness of the tip line, their willingness to bring the tips forward, and their trust that they will be an anonymous, confidential source of the information. The more students know and trust the program, the more that they will use it. So as a partner with a vested interest in school safety, we just want to let you know that we're here to help schools use this tip line to the fullest. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to strengthen our partnership and keep our schools safe. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker is Julie Daniel, who's coming in as a panelist now.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Vanderkar. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. In my previous life, I was the executive director of Bring Recycling and now sit on the Active Transportation Committee for the City of Eugene, and I'm an advisor to Eugene Springfield Transportation Best. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Green Transportation Plan and your sustainability plan. Like Ms. Walling, I listened with interest to your presentation and discussion about sustainability efforts and really applaud you for taking this seriously and really looking at how you can reduce your carbon footprint. I was also extremely surprised to see that the only emphasis on transportation was to replace school buses, more efficient school buses. And to put this into context is in a family sort of way that makes it easy to understand. It's like your family owns 2 cars. They have a clunker that gets 12 miles to the gallon. They own a Prius. And they decide to upgrade the Prius, which is a hybrid, to an electric car, but they're still going to drive the clunker. And that is about the same as not looking at your active transportation piece. I tried to look at as much data as I could to find out how many children are walking and biking, how many children are bused, and how many children are driven in private vehicles. You really don't have data on that. The data that exists is voluntarily collected by teachers. Safe Routes to School does not have the capacity to try to get that from every teacher in every school. So you really don't have data, but the spotty data that there is shows that a real minority of kids actually ride the bus. Probably about 25%. At the highest school I could see was 56%. Some schools had 0%. The vast majority of children are clearly coming in single-use vehicles. And with transportation accounting for more than half our greenhouse gas emissions, that's where your bang for the buck is. You were asking in your meeting, where do you want to focus and what are your next steps? Well, your next steps are to collect data. And there are very simple, low-cost ways to do that could be part of the child's education. And you could really start to look at how many kids and then set goals for walking and biking. I would urge you too, if you don't already, to have a policy that rewards staff members who walk or bus or bike to school over single-use vehicles. Many nonprofits and many businesses in our community have these, and they give a small stipend for using those kinds of methods of getting opposed to a single-family car. So I'm very happy to help you with this process and have lots more to say about it, but I'll cut it off right then. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry, was that our last speaker?
That was the final speaker. Thank you. We do have employee groups here to speak as well.
Great. I just wanted to follow up with Laurel. We will get a report about how we get people to sign up for public comment. So I think that anyone in the public can sign up, and we don't see who's coming. So we'll make sure you get that information for sure. The whole board gets that information.
I don't believe that. This is obvious propaganda.
Well, we will share the process with you and we could have a dialogue. So I think we have EEA here, and I think Imelda Cortez is going to speak.
Buenas noches, members of the board and Superintendent Vanderkar. My name is Imelda Cortez, and I'm the Vice President of the Eugene Education Association. In just a few minutes, this board is going to vote on the process and timeline for selecting a permanent superintendent for 4J. We are glad to see space created for our members and for employee group leadership in the proposal that you will consider tonight. EEA represents more than 1,000 licensed educators in the 4J school district. Each one of us serves students with our unique experiences and talents. We bring different strengths and varying perspectives, which benefits our students. A big part of EEA's role is to advocate for the district to create space for these voices. Whenever possible, that space is best provided to individuals so that each may share their perspective and expertise. When that's not feasible, the elected leaders of EEA, many of whom currently teach in 4J schools and all of whom have years of teaching experience, speak on behalf of the members and the students we serve. The proposed process you're about to consider provides space for both, which is ideal. As you land on a decision about this incredibly crucial process and decision for our district, please keep in mind that the Eugene Education Association is more than just the leaders that you often see representing the needs of our educators. EEA is and will always be each of the educators that are working hard on a daily basis to provide a strong and vibrant educational experience for all students. Finally, it is important that we all remain aware that anytime there is mention of the union, we're talking about the educators that our students have come to rely on, not only for their academics, but most importantly for the relationships that we work hard to foster every single day. The union is the counselor who works tirelessly to create schedules that ensure that students are on track to graduate or that has created a safe space for students to share their joys and also their concerns. The union is a teacher on special assignment who works tirelessly to support educators in the classroom, either through a curriculum adoption or through professional development. The union is a special education teacher who meticulously and thoughtfully creates and implements accommodations in specialized learning environments for some of our most vulnerable students. The union is a music, art, or PE teacher who works to enrich the lives of students by helping to provide a well-balanced education. The union is a librarian who supports students either through media literacy instruction or by helping them to find that magical book that will transport them into worlds that are tailored to individual students' interests. And yes, the union is also Sabrina Gordon, 4J alumni and former Title I teacher at Aubrey Park of many years, as well as this 4J alumni and Spanish immersion teacher at Kelly Middle School speaking to you right now. But the union is so much more than us. There would not be a union without the 1,000+ 4J educators who work daily to implement the initiatives and priorities set forth by this board. This is why it is imperative that the process you land on tonight should include both union leadership and educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Imelda. Do we have someone from OSEA here tonight?
I don't believe we do. We do have Seth Faiflin from MAPS.
Great. Seth, please join us from MAPS.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Vandekar, and to everyone in our listening audience. I am Seth Faiflin, incoming president of MAPS. MAPS is composed of managers, administrators, professionals, and supervisors. We hold key positions in every department, and we focus on supporting our most important resource in our district, our staff. Tonight, I want to highlight the work of MAPS employees in two different departments. First, our technology department, and a shout out of appreciation to the hard work they do supporting our schools and our students as technology has become an ever increasing and foundational issue with one-to-one devices, and it was the only way we could serve and deliver instruction during comprehensive distance learning. The MAPS employees in our technology department keep our networks running, support the instructional technology we depend on for teaching and student learning. They help manage our databases, and they supervise the purchasing and setup of thousands of laptops and iPads. Technology support specialists resolved over 5,700 help requests so far this year, and our MAPS employees ensure that those systems function efficiently and quickly so that teaching and learning can happen. We have tremendous brilliance in our MAPS tech department employees, and just hats off to them. And my apologies, because I'm sure I left many things out that they do. The other department I want to highlight tonight is our student services department. That's where I work as a MAPS employee. And our team there administers and manages our special education services, 504 plans, tag plans, nursing, and a plethora of other services and specialists who provide support to the buildings. The work in SSD is all about educational equity. People with disabilities make up 26% of the United States population, and we passionately strive to serve all of our students with disabilities and setting them up for the best possible outcomes and quality of life. We dearly appreciate that our school board and district are focused on equity. We have we have exceptional special education teachers and staff who are all social justice warriors at heart. I would like to extend an invitation, and we'd love to have more board members come visit our special ed programs. To close out for tonight, I'd like to end with some spring thoughts on renewal and rejuvenation. In many ways, the world is really heavy right now. We've lost over 1 million Americans, or we've lost almost 1 million Americans to the COVID pandemic. We all keep reeling with the terrible atrocities being committed in Ukraine. And those things are affecting our students and all of us. So my wish for everyone tonight is that you put out some love and kindness into the world. We'll need more of that. And that all of you take some spring rejuvenation time for yourself so you can keep helping others. Just like the oxygen masks on the plane, sometimes we need to take care of ourselves first so we can be there for everyone else. Our kids in 4J represent our hope for the future, and they deserve the best that we all can give. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Seth. Okay, now we will move on to our first item for action on the agenda, which is to discuss and vote on the superintendent search process and timeline. And I'm going to sort of frame this item. I just want to say that we have Monica Santana Rosen in the audience as the one of the ALMA consultants. And she's here if something's come up, any questions to answer, and also if we have questions for them, since they are leading us through, advising us through this search process. So a week ago, our board met to discuss the process and the timeline and to vote on this selection process. But we got through the profile, and then we really had a pretty robust discussion on the actual process last week. And it was a healthy debate and of some aspects of the process. So at the end of our conversation, we decided to wait until tonight to vote on this and ask the Superintendent Search Subcommittee to take the information we discussed and what was proposed at the last board meeting and to come up with a proposal that might honor the thoughts of everyone on the board. And I don't want to call it a compromise, I want to call it a hybrid opportunity here. So we had Mary Walston and Maya Rabasa and myself are on that subcommittee. So in the packet tonight, what we included were three things. One was the slide from the ALMA presentation of the general timeline and process. The second was we had requests from some people to see who had participated in past superintendent searches. But the most important document that we'll be talking about is the one that I call a grid, but it's the one that says March 16th proposed process for consideration. And I'm just going to walk us through that and highlight the things that we talked about. And I'm going to ask Mary and Maya to please jump in anytime to what I'm talking about, because it was our conversation. So the first step is happening right now. And we have the ALMA advisors and consultants that are recruiting and screening applicants as they come in. And that's a process that is going on from now and probably until we fill a position. But hopefully our next phase of first interviews will happen first week in April is our targeted time. We have to get those scheduled. And so the first level of interviews is when they refer about 8 to 10 applicants to us that they have done initial screening and conversations with, and we will do an interview process. So thank you, Carrie, for projecting this. So we will do an interview process where we will divide into 3 teams. So there'll be 2 or 3 board members on each team. And we would like to have 1 member from each one of the employee groups. So that's EEA, OSEA, and MAPS on each one of the teams. And we will be doing an interview with questions that we have developed together, that we started that process to do, and that we will all be asking the same questions within our little groups. And these will be recorded so that every board member and every representative from MAPS, OSEA, and EEA can then go and view those interviews. So they will actually be able to see all the interviews of all the applicants, but only be involved in a subgroup of them, face to face or Zoom to Zoom, screen to screen. And this is a very confidential process, so we'll all be signing confidentiality agreements around this because people at this stage of an interview process don't want their names to be public. We're protecting them, that they'll probably be employed elsewhere or just don't want their name out in the community yet. So based on that process, we will be getting input from all participants, and we will then come down to 2 or 3 finalist applications. And so that will happen towards the end of April. And those candidates, those finalists, will be invited to come to this community in person. We'll get to meet them face to face. And again, we will, ALMA will help us develop questions. The board will be one of the groups that will interview them in person. And then we will also do panels of interviews. So The Alma Advisory Group has a process where people either nominate themselves or others in one of the categories that you see listed on the screen, and they are selected in a represented way. So we get a panel of community partners, a panel of licensed staff, a panel of classified staff, and I think there are about 8 to 10 people in each one of those panels. And I think those groups come up together, that panel, with questions from their stakeholder group they want to ask. Some of those are private interviews and 2 of them will be in public. I believe at least 2 of them, the community partners and the student one, and will also be in public. Then the new piece that the subcommittee came up with is then we want to have a face-to-face round robin time with all the employee groups so that each one of the groups gets some face time with the finalists who are here in person, because they won't have met them in person. So that is our proposal. And I sent the proposal draft, made sure that the Alma consultants saw it, and they thought this was a draft that could support this as well. So I think it's time for us to discuss that, and then once we have the general process, we can talk about, we have a little more refining of the groups to do. So Amaya, great.
Can we keep that that sheet up for the public to be able to reference and for ourselves to be able to reference while we're having the conversation?
So while you have you're unmuted, is there anything you or Mary want to add to that?
I'll wait for now. I'm not off the top of my head, except that I had thought that the panels would be a little bit larger than 8 to 10 members, but that for some reason I had 12 to 15 in my head from the last conversation, but that might be me remembering that incorrectly.
Well, we could get that clarified possibly right now. We could ask Monica.
Yeah, so both numbers are correct. We would probably take 12 to 15 nominees and invite them with the thought that we'd have a minimum of 8 to 10 ultimately, because not everyone will be able to make it.
Thank you. Does that clarify then? We will be great. Perfect. Gordon.
Thanks. I have a few questions. We can, I don't know, I'll lay out the questions and you guys can decide how to answer them. So one is in the round of the semifinalists, the round of 8 to 10 applicants, how will we as the board get input from the employee group members and from each other? Like is there some final debrief or something? I just have a question about that. And then on the finalists, kind of a similar question. How do we get feedback from the different panels and the employee groups? And then how are people chosen of the people who, so a whole bunch of people apply for one of these panels. How are they chosen to constitute the panels? And then I just wanted to understand more what the round robin, I'm not, what that means, what we should be picturing. I'm not sure what those meetings mean.
Right. Mary, do you have something you want to add before we ask Monica to answer that? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I would just say these are suggestions that the work group came up with. I don't know that there was 100% agreement because I have some concerns about some of this stuff too, but in the interest of moving it forward for a conversation with the rest of the board, I wanted to do that. And again, as I said 2 weeks ago, I really, we've hired Alma and Monica and her team. And so I want to listen to their advice and follow that to the greatest extent possible. Thanks.
Right.
Thank you. So I can answer a couple of those questions, and most of them are that it's up to the board. So just tee that up for you. In terms of how you get feedback from the employee group representatives at those first interviews, you really have 2 options. So one is the board can invite them to debrief with the board for all or part of the deliberations. The second option is that you can have a survey where the employee group representatives are able to submit written feedback that then the board is able to review before they narrow the group to the 2 to 3 finalists. Do you have any questions about that, Gordon?
No, thanks.
Okay. In terms of how people are chosen, so what we do is we want to get the word out as wide and as open as we can so that individuals can nominate themselves or others to participate in the panels. The decision the board has to make is what is the demographic representation that you desire. So often criteria used are the communities that individuals come from, race, ethnicity, gender identification, and then certain perspectives like LGBTQ plus perspective, the perspective of diverse learners, and things like that, career pathways, CTE, different points of view that members of the community bring. What we do is we ensure that the nominations are capturing that information. And then where we have more individuals of a certain category, we have a randomized lottery that selects who participates. The whole point is there's no one who's really getting to decide who's at the table for this. People are getting to choose for themselves. And of course, we don't have as many seats as we expect nominations, but we try to ensure that we have a representative group at the end of the day.
Thanks. So just to make sure I understand and I'm just thinking in terms of the employee groups in particular, that kind of along the lines you said, when I say, okay, here's special ed teachers, and here's elementary teachers and high school teachers, or custodians, bus drivers. So are those categories things that the board will make up in conversation with you at some point in the future, or do we need to decide that? So, okay, we're not deciding that tonight. That'll happen at some point down the road.
We typically work those details out with the subcommittee, but if the board wants to discuss that, we'd have to figure out, because we would like to get the nominations process communicated sooner rather than later, to give people time to participate and to give us time to train panelists well in advance of the finalist interviews. So I would suggest either having some discussion tonight or sharing your points of view with the subcommittee and having the subcommittee determine the best outcome there.
Okay.
So the round robin piece, I think it would be best for the subcommittee to talk a little bit through that process, and I'm happy to chime in wherever I can be helpful.
So Maya, I'm going to ask you if you're okay, since that was an original thought of yours.
Sure. For me, this is an important component. I understand that with the ALMA process, we are adding a much more robust component to our interview process. Instead of a few panels, we have quite a number, and so our candidates are going to be subjected to some serious interview time. So in the name of not adding another 3+ hours worth of interview time, but also honoring the tradition of our employee groups' participation at that final step, I thought it would be meaningful for us to make sure that we carved out some time in the schedule of our finalists to make sure that they have some face time with our employee groups. And I was just thinking when Imelda was just talking, when she mentioned that there's over 1,000 members, it really struck me. That number is pretty significant when we think about the fact that there's teachers with 30+ years of experience and some with 1 year of experience. But when you conservatively look for a number that might be close to an average, I think a conservative estimate might be five years. And that means that our union in the license category, and that's before we even talk about MAPS or classified staff, is already representing 5,000 years of collective experience and insight into what it means to be an educator. And I feel strongly that it's important to honor that voice and to honor that expertise and to create space. So I know Judy didn't want to use the word compromise and preferred hybrid. I love the word compromise. So I'm going to stick with that personally, because it felt like a reasonable compromise in the sense that it's not adding more of a demand on our candidates who are are finalists, but it's also creating the opportunity to continue the tradition of hearing from our employees, who are the ones who day in and day out have to work alongside the superintendent. And I think that in our conversation, we reached another compromise, which has to be discussed, which was on that chart, which is making sure that we don't overlook the importance of the voice of community members, which is why we kind of have parents in a floating position now, and we were hoping for input from the board on that. It was really important to us as a subcommittee to make sure that we honor that other tradition of community voice. We thought it would be worth discussing making that committee or that panel rather a separate panel to ensure that there was adequate time and respect for the relationship that our superintendent has with our community partners. So that was kind of a related side note that we need to consider as well when we're talking about this conversation. And we have it kind of floating in that chart. But one of the questions that we had was maybe perhaps because the student panel would have been broadcast anyhow, which means that their voice would have been made very public, that maybe it might be okay and maybe even appropriate to bundle up students and parents. We were hoping for a reaction maybe from Monica and from the other board members to that concept. And we were thinking that because we don't want parents' voice to overshadow students, that we could make the request that that committee be more of like a 60%, 40% student to parent ratio. So these are just some of the ideas and some of the thinking behind both the round robin and also how to honor the tradition of community voice.
So Maya, before we move to that conversation, Laurel's had her hand up. I want to see what she wants to add and ask or.
Okay.
Okay, so I feel kind of dense. I'm trying to understand what we're talking about. I apologize, Maya, but I don't understand how what you were talking about is a round robin process.
Okay.
That's a process as far as I know, and I couldn't figure it out.
Okay, I apologize, and I should have clarified that component. So the round robin references to, in my tradition, like ping pong tournaments where you move around the table, but I don't think that that's exactly how we're talking about it here. So round robin to me would mean that we have 3 rooms where the employee groups are make a little miniature home for themselves, and that the 3 candidates rotate between the 3 rooms in a roundabout process. So does that answer your question, Laurel? What that would look like?
Yes, and my other part of my question is, I think it's been alluded to, but I couldn't quite tie it down. How do we help inform the process of who's being picked for not the union panels, but for the community panels and community leader panels? Because the lists that were sent out were terrifying and very white. I would love to know how that's going to happen. And Monica talked a little bit about this, but what work has the committee done so far around this?
So Laurel, you want?
Can I answer that, Judy?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Laurel, it might be a little confusing. Those lists were the collection of folks that were gathered in the process of the selection, where we ultimately hired Shelley Berman and then Gustavo Balderas. So they're just a point of reference for who was included in those panels. They're not a point of reference for who would necessarily be included in our future panels. And in terms of the panels as Alma has proposed them, my understanding is that Monica is suggesting that it's the subcommittee who finally narrows down the parameters by which we achieve representation. And in the meantime, if you would communicate to Judy, myself, or Mary, like, I really want to make sure that fill in the blank is represented in fill in the blank panel. I'm not going to throw out examples because I want that to be in your mind. That then Alma will take that guidance, and when looking at the applications, make sure to achieve that level of representation. And once the representation has been achieved, then we go into the random draw. And
yeah, so just to clarify, sorry, what you mean by fill in the blank is like, it really matters to me that X% of the group is Black, or X% of the group has a particular focus on LGBTQ+ issues, right? So as a board, you're setting the parameters around the demographic for the groups. As a board, you are also, just like everyone else in the community, able to nominate participants in the groups as well, though your nominations have equal weight as anybody else who submits nominations. So yeah.
I just want to add the two previous groups with Dr. Berman and Dr. Balderas, that's who served. That's not necessarily who was asked, because some people weren't able to serve. So the list was long. The initial ask list was much longer, as I remember, and Alicia could probably help with that. But that's just who served. So don't use that as an absolute template about what we're proposing here. Thanks.
Judy, I know we've had a couple of questions. Should I try to answer a few of those?
Sure.
Okay, so Maya, you asked a question about where the thinking is that the community voice that community members should have a separate panel, and that left parents kind of in a floating category. And you were asking about the notion of putting parents together with students. So what I wanted to share is two trends that we've seen when we've done this in the past. The first is that community members seem to have a lot of overlap with the parent community, either being current parents or parents of graduates in the community. So we would, when we've done this before, the parents really go best with community members. So if you're looking for a place for them to belong, that's where you're going to have the most overlap in that role. Students very reliably want their own audience with the candidates. They want to drive the interview, they want to decide the questions, and they really don't want any grown-ups involved at all. So we've had students tell us we are not allowed to speak. It is their meeting, they're leading it. So I do believe the students would not want to have parents serving on their panels, and I would expect that.
I really appreciate that feedback, and I hope that my fellow subcommittee members who have expressed some major concern about honoring the voice of community members could maybe speak to the concerns we had about that. I really appreciate that separate space for with teenagers in my house. That is my life, so I can attest to that being their truth.
I could talk a little bit about some of the thoughts about it. I think we have a lot of community partners, both in community-based organizations and in the, that we felt like we wanted to include their voice, for sure. And we thought that it might be a larger group. It may be an overlap, but it's not that much of certainly they live in 4J, but I don't know. We talked about current parents. And again, we have 16,000 students and probably that many parents. So that's a pretty significant group. I don't know how many people will nominate themselves or be nominated, but it is a good size. We have a large community. I want to give people a chance in those categories too. So I would just be concerned about that either being a very large panel, which is a possibility, or doing two, which is a lot of panels. So those are my thoughts when we talked about it.
There was a question about Laurel had a question about informing the process, how the board informs the process of who gets picked. And so one thing that I just wanted to add to that conversation, Laurel, is that you have a list of community groups, and back to this same question around community leaders that work closely with the district. There are several things that really will help us to get a well-represented group of nominees. The first is to go to all of your community partners, community organizations, and ask for their help to spread the word to their constituents about the opportunity to serve as panelists. They are also allowed to nominate individuals, as are the employee groups. Everyone has a say. Everyone gets to nominate. No one is stopped from nominating. And the other activities that really have helped in the past are texting all parents or emailing all parents, if you whatever, even robocalls, just to make sure everybody knows about the opportunity. So those are the things that we would suggest. In terms of who gets picked, we really are trying to be focused on representation as much as possible, and then from there really having a randomized group as much as possible. So that really does inform the process. It's not, the panels are not something the board reviews and approves. The subcommittee may review the panels with the ALMA team, but other than that, there's not like an approval of who gets to be on the panels by anyone. So does that answer your question, Laurel?
Yeah, it was the how to get them to a panel. I had no idea.
Yeah, so it's really a bit of a lot of outreach and working as much as possible to communicate. All right, I think those are all the questions. I know Gordon's had his hand up.
And Martina hasn't had a chance yet to speak, so maybe we could jump to Martina and then go to Gordon.
Nope, there we go. I just wanted to, I guess, jump in and say when it comes to students, I just want to agree with Monica that I think a separate student zone is a really good idea, both because timing is complicated as well. Students are often participating during a time when parents are working, and also because if this really is, and Maya, I definitely hear round robin when I hear what you describe. If this is meant to be something that has like a little bit more of a possibility to be conversational, without intending to, adults usually suck up all the oxygen in the room, right? Like they usually take up all the time, and kids often get talked over. And unless there's someone there to be like, hey, you're over 18, please shut up now. Usually they'll go on. And so I really do think it's valuable to just give the young folks their own space and like Monica was saying, right? Like let them be in charge and see what happens. Particularly because in this particular job interview, right, we're hiring someone who should be able to deal with a room of 13 riled up teenagers, right?
Just to clarify, I 100% agree with everything you just said, Martina, but the round robin concept is exclusively for the employee groups having a meet and greet. So it would be like 3 rooms of meet and greet with you can also call it speed dating. I don't know, whatever resonates with you, but with the finalists rotating through the spaces, whereas the panels, as I understand it, are more less conversational and more how we picture an interview where a question is posed and there's a response given. Although I think that giving students leeway for back and forth is something that I would strongly support personally.
I think each panel generates questions that are relevant to them. Is that true, Monica? Yeah.
That's true. And we open it up to the whole community to submit questions. So in addition to, you might not be one of the 12 to 15 invited to be a part of a panel, but if we have 6,000 people out there, any one of them can submit interview questions. And then that panel reviews all the questions submitted and they decide among themselves what questions they want to ask to represent their their people. So, yeah.
Gordon, thanks for being patient.
No problem. I want to speak to the employee participation just in a couple of ways. And to me, this is the single most important kind of input that we could get, because everything that we do as a board or even as the district leadership gets carried out by the people who are in the classrooms and in the buses and in the cafeterias and all of that. Like, we can make whatever plans we want, but ultimately it has to work on the ground. And we've had stressed relationships with employees and, in different ways in the past. We're coming off a long, contentious, at times bitter negotiating process with EEA. And I think that this is a time that's critical, both that we, I think everybody wants to make that a good relationship, but most importantly, that we get the intelligence that we need from the people who are doing work on the ground and who can tell us the things that are happening. And one of the most critical things I can think of for a superintendent is to have a positive, effective, collaborative relationship with the people who are working in the school. So to that end, on the panels of licensed and classified staff, I think the idea of making sure that we have distribution in terms of race and gender and ethnicity and language and LGBTQ, I assume everyone supports that. I certainly support that. And then I think in addition to that, or maybe overlapping with that, is distribution of occupations. If we have counselors, SPED teachers, early ed, specialists, different high school and elementary school. And I would just propose that the subcommittee consult with OSCA and EEA, not about who should be on it, but about what those categories might make sense to be and how big they are, because they're the people who know not just what the distribution of is. I mean, we can just get that from numbers, but also where the big issues have been. I mean, that's part of their job in bargaining, which they've either in EEA's case just finished and in OSCA's case coming up to, is to know where are the big concerns that affect a lot of people in different areas. So I think that would be really important to do together with the other kinds of representatives. And then whether it's I don't mind if we call things a round robin or something else. What I think is critical is that EEA and OSCA and MAPS each have 30 to 45 minutes to be able to meet with each finalist. And I think that this is what's been done before, like a group of 5 or 6 people in the par room or something like the par room. So I guess I would call it a little slower dating than speed dating. But I think that's what is necessary for us to be able to get the kind of input that we need. That's what we've done in the past. And personally, I feel fine about having the other panel, but honestly, the other panel of teachers or classified employees can be a demographic or occupational match to the distribution of employees, but it won't be representative in the sense of being able to represent other people's views other than the individuals who are there. The only thing that can do that is the union, which is the elected representatives and also whose work all the time is tending to where the concerns are, what the proposals are, and knowing what's going on in all different parts of the district. So I'm fine with the other one, and I'm fine with this proposal as long as it's that significant amount of time for each group. Thanks.
Thanks. Laurel.
I guess my proposal and request is similar in the sense that we have a demographic of parents and students in our community that do not feel very heard and are valued, which is our SPED students. And so I really would like that to be thought of as a separate category, so we can, and not just be lumped into community and parent or something like that. But we have people that are who I would love to be part of this process and this choice, because they have a great voice about the SPED process and how and what we would like to see change in that. And so I would really like them to be part of this. And I know Gordon mentioned other people, and I yes, sure. But this is where I'm passionate with my 3 kids with IEPs, and likewise with educators making sure, and you did allude to this also, Gordon, that we have sped educators as part of this. And one thing we may have to do as a board is, and I don't, if there's not policy around this, I would like to look at writing policy around this, that these individuals can absolutely unequivocally get this time to be part of these panels, and they don't have to beg and to see and to wonder if that's possible, that if you're chosen, you can do this during your paid time. And I think we may have to write that in, because that's very important, because I know a lot of people get left out because everything's in place except the fact that there's nothing has been put in place for them to be able to get to that meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, we could, yeah. Mary.
Thanks for that. We've talked a lot about whose voice is important, and I would point out that I think we should be following the advice of Alma and that group, in that student voice is more important in many, many ways. You know, there are about 175,000 people in Eugene. Of that, 16,000 students, more or less. That means 16,000 parents or guardians. There's 600 people who are voluntarily in EEA, and they get 2 bites at the apple. So this is the same debate we had last week. I'm just still having a problem with that, with regard to an overly influenced process by the union leadership. And I'm not against the unions or anything like that. It's just, this is a much bigger issue. If you look, look at your tax bill. Everybody in Eugene who has property pays to 4J, pays part of their property tax. They need to be represented too. I just think we're really focused too much on the employee groups. And as I said before, I wanted to move this forward as a point of conversation. I didn't necessarily support it, but so we do the round robins with the employee groups, then what? Do we have to, then does that set of employees come back to us and to the board and tell us what they think, or what's the process? I mean, why are we doing this when we've already given them a seat at the table to begin with? I think the community at large is much more important in some ways, and certainly student voice is more important. So I hate to open this can of worms all over again, but that's why we have Alma. I'm looking at Monica right now, and that's why, we paid their firm and engaged them, is to guide us through this process and not to second guess them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. So we have Alicia.
Quick question. Am I being timed? No. Just heard that little ding thing go off, because I'm going to use my entire 3 minutes. No, anyhow. Okay, let me see if I can gather my thoughts. So I appreciate that we're going to go out and we're going to recruit people, and we're going to tell our community, our business community. I've got connections with a number of communities. But there's going to be a very few people that are actually going to get on these panels. So I really appreciate, we need to be talking about that, because we cannot accommodate everybody that wants to be on the panel. So people will get left off. And that kind of goes to that transparency thing that we talk about. If, as I'm recruiting folks, I say, you have a slim chance, but I want you to put your name forward. I think that's just really important, that we want to cast that net wide, but that there will be limited spaces. I appreciate what your people have said about the youth, and I think I think probably if we did an up and down thumb vote, we'd all be at the place where we say the youth get their own panel. I don't think that's something we need to rehash, but I appreciate your creativity, Maya, and your willingness to give it a shot. Oh, not you. Well, whoever came up with it, I appreciate their willingness to give it a shot. We do, I want to make sure we do hear those parent voices, and I agree that many of the people that are willing to come forward in communities are probably going to be parents or former parents. Probably also really appreciate, and I want to support the fact that we do want to hear voices of people with disabilities, not just parents with disabilities. We want to make sure we have students with disabilities. I know that's what you intended when you talked about that, Laurel, but just wanted to kind of put that extra emphasis. I am curious about the meet and greet. I get the respect thing, but I think Mary poses a good question, which is, how is that just you get to meet them, or will we be taking feedback? Because we'll be taking feedback and it will be weighed the same as the other panels. That concerns me, because we hired Alma because they had a process, and this wasn't, their process was put forward, and the voices of our unions and our employee groups was put in that very critical place of narrowing the big group to the ones that are going to be interviewed. So I get a meet and greet as a respect, but if we're going to take that and weigh it the same, then I would suggest it's a bigger meet and greet, and we can have cards that everybody can fill out. We certainly used to do that at the county, and you can just have a larger group of people and they could all feel that we respect their voices, because I think we do respect their voices. We're just trying to fit them into a system. Thanks.
So maybe, I don't know, Monica, that this has been asked a few times, if you have any response to the question about the round robin or round robin concept and getting what happens.
Yeah, so let me start by saying that the more traditional finalist interview process looks like what Judy, what you shared the last two superintendent searches look like, where you've got about 10 to 15 people handpicked by the board who represent these different groups, and they get one interview with the candidate. Oftentimes the finalist has a huge community forum kind of a setup too, so that is more common. So I just want to start by saying our baseline here is dramatically more inclusive than what you typically see out there, although more people are starting to do it a little bit more like Alma does it. That said, it is a bit of like, where do you draw the line? And there are two things that you're trying to keep in mind here. The first is the stamina and of the candidates and just their ability to be their best. And so the more interviews that you have, the harder it is for them to just, what our interview process is, we want to set people up to show us their best. We're not trying to have them be exhausted and trying to answer really difficult questions when they've been going for 8 hours straight in and out of interviews. So you really need to think about, what you're putting your candidates through. And I will be really candid with you. Candidates will turn down a process if it just seems way too arduous and difficult. So I think that's one thing that you have to consider. Laurel, I really appreciate your point of view on representing the voice of special needs students. And as a mom of a special needs student, like that really tugs to my heart. And I think the way we should deal with that and other important issues is when we're crafting the questions for the first round interview, the first interviews that you get to do. And we'll talk more about the design of those. But we should be, I encourage you to, and I feel you're very tuned in to what the big pain points are, to create scenarios or interview questions or performance tasks that are really getting to the heart of what you're trying to solve for, and have those voices in those groups. But I do worry if you add another panel for people representing special needs students, and if you have another panel for parents, and if you have 30 to 45 minute interviews for the 3 employee groups, it's no longer feasible for the candidate. So I do think you have to make some choices about where that give and take is. Did I answer the question, Judy?
Is it possible to have educators, SPED educators, and maybe parents as part of these question making groups? Because what we want are the answers. So if the voice is there, and then I want seasoned educators, not asked through you, not through the district, because and it gets weird.
So that's the interview question submission process is intended to be that. It comes to Alma, so do the nominations. Everything is through us and it's anonymous to the district. We invite everyone and we ask the same questions with the interview. When people submit the questions, we ask what their question is related to. And we can have protected time in the interview for questions around specific topics if that's what you want. So yeah, we can do that.
I just want to do a time check. It's 8:35, and I think we probably need to move ahead with this. I don't know, Gordon and Maya, is there anything new you want to add to the conversation? So why don't we take those two comments? Go, Gordon, you're first.
Thank you. First of all, I think that we can expect that that educators in the form of superintendent candidates will have the same amount of stamina that educators in the schools have been giving off all this year, and they can do more than one round of interviews. I don't think I completely support, if I understood you right, Laurel's proposal of saying that we should have, for instance, SPED as one of the categories when we say what kind of educators and what kind of parents among the other categories that we're selecting for. I think that's a great idea. I don't think we're debating about whether students or community should have a voice. I do think that, as I said before, this is the most critical thing that we have, and that I find it both wrong and personally insulting to characterize union input as bites at the apple, as if this is like a political game or a reward or something like that. I teach at the University of Oregon. If they said faculty input into how teaching and research work is just a political bite at the apple, it would be insulting and it would be crazy. It would be unintelligent. It would be saying the people who actually know the work best, we're going to treat as if it's a political favor to give them input. I also think this is anti-unionism. We don't have to just respect the voice of individual teachers. We have to respect the democratic voice of teachers and of classified employees. That what anti-unionism, what you could say is class supremacy, is saying we don't want to deal with the actual organized democratic voice of teachers. We just want to deal with individuals. We don't want to deal with a collective voice. I know there's some people here who think that the Chamber of Commerce should be invited to the community meeting, and nobody is saying, oh, wait a minute, there's some businesses that don't affiliate with the Chamber of Commerce and they don't have a democratic structure, so we can't take the chamber, we should take random businesses from town. Here we have a democratic organization, and we need to know, is a superintendent going to be able to work collectively with teachers as a whole? Now, we can't have 100% of teachers in anything. What we can have is an organization which legally is the representative of all the teachers here, but more important than legally, factually, and we saw this 2 weeks ago with 800 people online at bargaining, is the organization that knows what's going on, that knows what the concerns are, that is the democratic collective voice of teachers, and same thing with OSEA for classified employees. And this is not new. We had exactly this kind of meet and greet when we hired Dr. Balderas. We're not creating something new. To go backwards on that, I certainly will not support a plan that does not include that. I think it's anti-unionism. I think it's going backwards. I think it's poisoning a relationship that we need to make better. But most importantly, and this gets to what Alicia said, we absolutely need the input from this. And Rob will take input from everybody else as well. The board is the only one who makes a decision. Nobody else has a vote. Nobody else counts up to anything. But as a board member, to say, I want to hire a superintendent without knowing whether there's somebody who might or might not be able to work well with teachers and educational assistants and everybody else who works in it would be dysfunctional as well as disrespectful. Thank you.
Hey, Judy, can I clarify something?
Yes.
Real quick? I just want to clarify, Alicia made a statement earlier that Alma's original proposal was to have employee groups in that first interview stage. I just want to clarify that was not Alma's original proposal. We typically would not have a representative of the employee groups sitting with the board in an earlier stage of the process and influencing the narrowing of the pool to 2 to 3 applicants from 8 to 10. So that request was made to have that participation. It was discussed, the feedback was provided, and Alma added them at the earlier stage in the process to increase their voice and their influence at the request of the board. So I just want to clarify that to the extent that it feels their voice isn't valued, I'm not sure I can see anything more valued than having them side by side with the board, essentially informing the decision about who moves forward. So, you know, I haven't seen that before. Maybe you have. And I think that the subcommittee's proposal at this point, having people involved at the first interview and having the opportunity for the meet and greet at the end feels very welcoming of the employee groups and giving them every opportunity to participate as well as all of their members. So I can't see a more inclusive way to do this than what we have here. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. I'm really concerned about time. It's 8:40 and a lot of us have spoken. I'm wondering if we feel ready to vote on the proposal in front of us, if the three people with their hands up are willing to vote on this proposal. It's 8:40. We still have a whole board meeting ahead. And, you know, these are things we spent a lot of time on before. So
part of the issue, Judy, is we don't know what the proposal is. I mean, I know what the words on the page are, but this part of what we're talking about is what does some of this mean, particularly the thing about round robins?
well, what hasn't been clarified? We put some time.
Not clear how long the time is, and it's not clear. I understand from Alicia's question that we're not all clear about whether we're going to get input from this or whether it's just going to be like, go off, knock yourselves out, have fun with the conversation. We don't want to hear from you.
Okay, so are those the two unresolved questions so far?
As far as I'm aware.
Okay, so I think we heard 30 minutes time.
I think 30 minutes is the maximum you can do. All the other interview panels are actually 45 minutes in length. So if you go as high as 45 minutes, you are essentially adding 3 more hours of interviews because you have to have the movement time in between. With 30 minutes, you're probably looking at 2 hours additional time over and above all of the other interviews. I think 20 to 30 minutes is sufficient. But, you know, I think 30 is probably the maximum you should do.
And so then the other unanswered question is how we're going to get feedback. Did you have an idea of that, Maya? Is that what you're?
It is partly. First of all, I want to say I think 30 minutes is adequate for what we have designed, and I think that it to me makes no sense to designate this time for our employee groups without receiving feedback, partly because, Judy, in our subcommittee, you put it so beautifully. I keep hearing people talk about in real life, but it's not in real life. You put it as meeting in 360. And it came back to the conversation we had last time about all the addition of emphasis on emotional intelligence. And we talked about how there is a completely different perspective to be gained when you interact in a setting like this than when you interact in a formal interview. So for me, I couldn't support not getting feedback from those sessions when those are pretty much the only sessions where we'll have that kind of raw interaction that is very informal and that it offers us a perspective that is different than anything else we could get in a formal interview. I also just want to say it out loud that we, in terms of the proposal, when it comes time to voting, that we are going to leave the students in their own separate group and regroup the parents with the community members. And I want to remind everyone that apart from the students, everybody is so like there's such flux in between these categories. Just because you're a community member doesn't mean you're not a parent, doesn't mean that you're not possibly even an employee. And that's really important. And the danger with talking about taxpayers and even voters for bonds is that we're excluding a hugely important component of our community that doesn't necessarily have access to voting and has a different relationship, aren't homeowners. So it's really important that we honor that there's different types of value to the voices And I feel like that needs to be said because I get the component of the relationship we have to passing bonds, for example, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we have community members who never get a say in passing those bonds, but whose voices are equally valid. So mostly I just wanted to emphasize that in those round robins, we will have the potential to receive information that we can't in other settings. And I also wanted to emphasize that it sounds like as a group, we would like to just keep the panels as structured. Laurel, with the note that when we are assembling those panels, one of the identities that people can check alongside being Latina or whatever is also being a disabled student or being an accessible educator, and all those other things that you pointed out, which are crucial for us to absolutely prioritize.
I wanted to say, I haven't gotten quite to, if we collapse those, I guess I'd like to say that panel could be a little larger and maybe take a little bit longer. That would be my, because that is a huge group of people to lump together as community and parents, I think. So I would like that to be a larger panel then.
I think it's okay to be a larger panel. We'd have to talk about, I mean, just so you know, that's usually live streamed. It's usually in the evening, and they usually get a little bit less time because people can't attend on Zoom for 3 hours. Like your audience can't stay on Zoom to watch all 3 candidates. So in fairness to the candidates, in fairness to allowing the community to get to see all 3 candidates, we actually have a real time pressure with those parent panels. But I think having a larger panel is not an issue at all. I also think getting feedback following the meet and greets is not an issue at all. I think we want as much input to the board, who ultimately the final decision rests with the board. It's really important that everyone understands that. And Alma has no objection to, that literally everybody will be able to access the survey. Everyone will be able to view the parent community panel and the student panel, unless the students don't want it to be live streamed. That is a possibility. And then everybody in the community is welcome to submit a survey. I think the only question for you is whether those meet and greets, whether you want a different kind of input from the meet and greet to the community survey. And I think that's for the board or the subcommittee to determine.
So for tonight, given the time I'm here, we will get feedback. It'll either be the survey we're doing or something different that the board can decide on what it is. Okay.
How are we getting feedback from the other panels?
The other panels have a survey. It's very similar to what the rest of the community gets. In fact, that's something Alma will draft that and the board will finalize what that survey request is. But everyone has the opportunity to provide feedback. The panels have an added, basically open commentary box where they're able to provide more information. And we're just really limited, like you all will get all the open text that you receive. So we typically only have the panelists provide the open text, which is delivered unfiltered to the board. So you could have the employee groups do the same thing, or you could have them do the general community survey.
Okay, so I'll just say, for me, it would be critical to have the same thing. And I just want to say, I think the word influence has no place here. Like when we talk about community members or wanting to have, make sure we have different views in here, it's not for influence, it's because we want to know what their input is, and then we're going to make the decision. And every board member can decide how much they weigh, how much they're struck by one thing or another. Nobody has influence except the 7 of us. But I think it's critical to get the input and to get as complete input as we can, which to me is the same as we're doing with the other panels.
Thank you, Gordon. Okay, Alicia, last comment, and then let's vote.
Well, actually, I was going to make the motion.
Oh, good.
So,
could we ask, do people want us to put it on the screen again? Would that be helpful for people? Yes. Okay.
Can I just to clarify, because I want to make sure, are we voting in terms of the round robins? We're voting on 30-minute meetings and the same kind of input as the panels?
I haven't made my motion yet,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
but here's what I'm going to tell you, Gordon. I'm willing, as I stumble through this, to take suggestions, okay? So I move that we accept the proposal process that is up, except with the change that students are by themselves and parents are with community partners. I'm pausing to see if anybody needs to correct me. And that we have the face-to-face round robins with the employee groups as listed. And that we give to our small committee to determine how feedback will be given from those groups. I'm going to pause to see if anybody else, we need to add anything else to that motion.
I don't know if you need to add, but I would oppose it. I don't think we need to, I just don't think it should be so controversial to say we want the same kind of input from our employee associations as we're getting from,
I agree, but we didn't decide how we're getting that yet.
Oh, I thought Monica had
Oh.
said that there's like a survey and then a room for open comment.
Right, but I think she also said that the
Point of
small
order,
group-
y'all. I
I'm
don't think
sorry.
we had a second yet on that motion.
know, we're
and
just
so we
trying to
really
build
shouldn't
it.
be debating it.
Okay, if it's the same, Alicia, if you're saying it's all the same, then I'm fine with that. And the subcommittee.
I'm just saying, well, the small group will make that decision for the system. So does that work?
And it'll be one system for everybody.
I'm assuming yes.
Okay.
Unless people disagree. I can't see anybody's faces.
We
so
have
I
a
don't know.
second and then we could, yeah.
I don't know if we have a
Maya's
second.
seconding it. Okay, Alicia's moved and Maya's seconded. So is there any further discussion?
Others have their hands up, so I wasn't sure.
I think I think Alicia just hadn't put hers down, so it's you.
Okay.
Yeah.
My discussion would be that I would like to have possibly a second motion about how we get the information back, because I'm really not clear on that. I am more than willing to, trust Alma with this process, but I'm also like, all the questions, I thought I understood it before I got here. And now I'm like, I'm not sure. And so how we get the information from these panels, I would like that to be a second motion possibly, because I don't think we have clarity here. We've talked about it a lot, but we're talking about a lot of things and putting a big amount of information into one motion. And that's confusing.
So maybe we can vote on this, and then maybe Monica, you might be able to even just clarify that. And then if we need to have another motion on it, how does that sound, Laurel?
No, because I would be voting on agreeing to it. So I would have to say no.
I think I can clarify. That might help. Am I allowed to do that?
Go ahead.
Once you start voting. I just want to say, Laurel, we have time for what the input is that you receive from everyone. So I think it's okay to go ahead and agree that you'll have the same process for receiving the input from the panels and the employee groups. And you're not deciding on what that input is going to be today, because we're going to have time to create that together before that moves forward.
Okay.
Does that work, Laurel?
So we're creating it, we're saying it's the same, but we're not saying what it is.
But we will be involved in saying what it is. It just doesn't have to be tonight. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I would offer a friendly amendment so it's part of the motion to say that the board will be involved in deciding, what Monica said. It's too early for me to be tired. Uh-oh.
Can I try, Laurel?
Yes, please.
So you would like to amend the motion to note that we will come back to make a decision as to the format and the manner in which we receive the feedback, which will be the same for everyone.
Yes. The same for employee groups and the panels.
Right.
It will be adjusted for the broader community.
So Alicia, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Tonight, I'm only accepting unfriendly amendments. So let's, if you can do it in an unfriendly way, I'll accept it.
Right.
Okay, there we go. I'll
Mike,
take it.
you're the second.
I'm fine.
I assume you accept it since you made it. So, okay. So we're going to call for the vote then with that friendly amendment. All those in favor, raise your hand. It looks like we have 7 yes votes, so it passes unanimously. All right, we have a process and more to come. Yay.
Real quick, Judy, can I just ask that the small group kind of grapple with that and bring us back some choices? Thanks.
I think Alma has some examples. We'll pull those together and be able to have something to respond to. Thank you, Alicia. Okay, thank you for joining us, Monica. It was good to have you there to answer some of our questions. And I think we're going to resume the rest of our meeting now. So enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much. And I did see Laurel came off mute and had her hand up. Was there some final comment? Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening. Take care.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we are back on track here, and we're going to start with the Superintendent Vanderkaar's comments.
So Judy, I'm wondering, since it's 9 o'clock, if there's anything on the agenda, perhaps the KPIs that you'd like to push to the next meeting? You've got a full agenda still.
That would be the logical things to push. Do I have any objection to dropping the rest of the KPIs for tonight? It's an item for information. We also have the North region update, which I think everyone's anxious to hear, and a COVID update, which I don't think is going to be that long.
Well,
So,
depends on how many questions y'all have.
So is anyone opposed to pushing that one off? Okay, I think that, thank you for bringing that up, Superintendent.
Okay, so good evening, Board Chair. Usually, this happens at a different part of the meeting. Good evening, Board Chair and board members. I'd like to start off with some exciting news. We had interviewed committees from 3 elementary schools made up of teachers, classified employees, administrators from the region in which they work, and directors. And we have selected 3 principals. Now, there's a process that still needs to follow, but for Aubrey Park, Camas Ridge, and Charlemagne. And the goal is to be able to announce these principals' names before spring break. That is our goal. There's a lot to accomplish between now and then, but that's our goal. Kindergarten registration, which is important because of the pandemic. We are a little bit worried that we're going to have huge kindergarten classes. So, oh, it doesn't show up. Postcards will go out. And if you know of anybody who needs to sign up for you as board members or you as the public that's listening that have kids the ages of 5 or I guess 6 that haven't attended kindergarten yet, they need to sign up at the school that is in their region, unless they've already applied for the choice school. And that starts right after spring break. So depending on which school you go to, they have different dates on when things are coming in or if there's going to be some sort of program. So go to the district website and you can see more information about whatever area school that you might attend. The end of second trimester, so all of you with kids in high school know this, ended today, which means that tomorrow's a grading day for secondary, and Friday is a COVID recovery day. I can't remember exactly what we call it. Elementary has school tomorrow, but they do not have it on Friday. But spring break officially begins on Monday. Going off my usual business script, because I need to honor 4 precious people who passed in the last month from our 4J family and the grief of our communities that they're going through. Brene Brown credits David Kessler with the following statement: each person's grief is as unique as their fingerprint, but what everyone has in common is that no matter how they grieve, they share a need for their grief to be witnessed. That doesn't mean needing someone to try to lessen it or reframe it for them. The need is for someone to be fully present to the magnitude of their loss without trying to point out the silver lining. What I know about our educators, our licensed and classified staff and administrators is we care. We care about students and we care about our colleagues. We care about families. And at the end of every day, we go home and we do not leave our cares in the school building. When we go home to recharge at the end of a long day, the commitment is to come back a little refreshed to care some more. Spring break is almost here, and I hope everyone is offered the chance to rest, renew, and reset so we can come back and serve our students. We happen to live in a community who cares about us, our 4J staff and students, and for that, I am grateful. Thank you to all of you who reached out in the last month to support us. Thank you to the school staff, suicide prevention team, 4J's care team, school psychs, counselors, social workers, Lane County Behavioral Health, Oregon Health Authority, Hoots, Roseburg Therapy, Lines for Life, Care Solace, and many more. Thank you for working with us day in and day out to continue to build our supports for kids and staff. I am so proud of the community we live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Now I'll make my comments. I think we all have been feeling some of the same feelings. So there's a heaviness in our school community, and I think we all feel and experience it in different ways, both in personal ways and collectively as a community. Every single person over the past 2 years during the pandemic has experienced loss. Some of us have lost loved ones, and everyone has lost the lives we knew, social gatherings, connections, work, travel, income, homes, health, and personal freedoms. And we've been eyewitnesses and victims to repeated and all too familiar racial injustices. And now we're watching an unprovoked aggression on Ukraine and democracy. In our 4J community, too many students and staff are experiencing stress, depression, anxiety, fear, and most recently, the deep tragedy of suicide. It feels heavy and it feels huge, and it really feels unbearable at times. It reverberates through our community, and we're all weary and fragile. How do we heal as individuals and as a community? How do we move forward with hope and resilience? How do we help ourselves and each other? We need to, first of all, resist our urges to react in anger and frustration, to blame, to judge, and to hurt. We all are feeling grief and loss. And we must strive to treat each other and ourselves with compassion and caring. Reach out to others, gather together, comfort each other, and act in ways that make a positive difference and that help our community rebuild resilience and hope and prevent isolation and exclusion and future tragedies. Communal grieving and action offers deep healing that we cannot get when we grieve alone. And I'm really appreciative of the public who reached out tonight to share their feelings, and everyone that has been also reaching out. My heart goes out to the families who have lost their children and to the losses our entire community is experiencing. I'm deeply appreciative of our students, parents, staff, and community for coming together to help each other through this profound shock and grief and loss. We are an amazing community. There's a lot of love, caring, and compassion here. And this month, as we all know, is National Women's History Month, and the National Women's History Alliance designates a yearly theme for this month. It's so fitting that 2022 theme is Women Providing Healing and Promoting Hope. This theme is both a tribute to the ceaseless work of caregivers and frontline workers during the ongoing pandemic, and also to the recognition of the thousands of ways that women of all cultures have provided both healing and hope throughout history. This year is, in particular, we're reminded of the importance of healers and caregivers who are helping to promote and sustain hope for the future. We honor the women who bring and have historically brought these priceless gifts to the families, workplaces, and neighborhoods. Sometimes it's at great sacrifice. There are women who are counselors and clerics, artists and teachers, doctors, nurses, mothers, grandmothers. They listen and ease suffering and restore dignity and make decisions for our general as well as our personal welfare. The gift of hope spreads light to the lives of others and reflects a belief in the unlimited possibilities of this and future generations. Together, healing and hope are essential fuels for our dreams and our recovery. Thank you. I don't know if we have any student reps left with us tonight. I think Taryn was here. Oh, great. Taryn, thank you. I'm so glad you're here. Please take some time to share.
Hi, thank you. Yes, right here. Okay, so at North Eugene, our basketball ended with our boys were 6th in the league and our girls were 7th in the league. In wrestling, we had 1 girl qualify for state and 4 boys qualify for state as well. Our theater had 2 productions, one of which was Annie Jr., and it was in collaboration with a lot of our younger community. And I believe it was sponsored by Corridor and the community of Corridor. So that was really cool. And then we had our second production was put on by our advanced acting class, which is called All in the Timing. And then our band had a performance tonight at 7 p.m. a few hours ago. And then our College and Career Center had a fundraiser selling food to support Ukraine today at lunch. And then a few nights ago, our Latinx Student Union had a movie night showing of West Side Story, which was cool. And then dance team, my dance team, we compete at state championships on Saturday, and we leave tomorrow, which super psyched about. We haven't gone in 2 years. And then ASB is putting a talent show on next month, so that's exciting. And then our spring sports that are starting are track, tennis, golf, baseball, and softball. And then we have prom that's being planned, and we have a free prom dress drive that's happening on April 2nd, which is exciting. I'm also wondering in the community if it's ever possible to have like a tuxedo drive. I think that'd be cool. And then we're also planning to put more murals up in our school involving the affinity groups, and hopefully we can all get together and make that happen. And then our NASU, our Native American Student Union, have been making really cool crafts at lunch every other Wednesday. And then our BSU has grown substantially, both in our students and just together as a group. A lot of our students have been hanging up posters around the school promoting zero tolerance for hate at North. And then finally, I request that the policies and items that are being passed are communicated to our students in a digestible manner, ways that we can understand, because a lot of the policies have a lot of extra big words in there, and I'm just hoping if we can have some better communication from the board to our students. Yeah, and just want to remind the importance of the communication to our students. Yeah.
Erin, don't turn off your video yet. I almost forgot to mention something very amazing. Congratulations. You are one of the Beat the Odds scholars.
Yes, I am.
Stand for Children, and that means a great scholarship for, I think, 4 years. So
thank you so
wow, fantastic, and congratulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, well deserved. Any other students? Then we have Maya.
I just wanted to report that Yoselin let me know that she had an Avid event tonight, and I don't know if Alicia's going to say it, but she kindly reported on Violet also having a game tonight. So I just wanted to share that. And they haven't overlooked this, and they still are eager to participate, but are unable to be here tonight.
So I see two other hands up. Do you have student reports? Great. Okay, great. Alicia.
Thank you. It is true. Violet is playing lacrosse. Not sure her position. I have to find that out. Great sport. All righty. Her comments are as follows. IHS student government is currently working to plan our end of the year celebration, and we are getting school choirs and band involved in the performance. Graduation planning has begun, and auditions for presenting or performing at graduation are underway. For Women's History Month, the Feminist Student Union at Churchill had a karaoke dance potluck fundraiser and had nearly 200 students in attendance. There are still some student questions over the optional nature of masks now within the 4J schools, due to the fact that many students felt that the policy was rolled out very quickly with little input from students, but in student input into consideration and question as to whether or not vaccination statistics of those who filled out the survey that was put out are available for students and families, because students are very interested in gaining those numbers. There's also questions about the fact that Lane Community College is maintaining their policy, which requires masks on campuses, but 4J is allowing masks to be optional. And that is her report. Thank you.
Great. Mary.
I just wanted to quickly report from Noah from South Eugene. She is traveling tonight and cannot attend the meeting, but she just wanted to let us know that she will be at the next meeting and regrets she couldn't be here tonight. So it wasn't that she blew us off. She's just on the road again. So thank you.
Great. Now it's time. Do you have an announcement for a student?
I do. Thanks to Superintendent Vanderkar texting me, I have to give her credit. Yoselin was also a recipient of the Beat the Odds scholarship. So we have a collection of really excited students on hand, and that's super exciting. I wanted to make sure to note that publicly tonight.
Did
Yay.
you know that, Taryn? Oh, you did. Great.
I actually didn't know that, but I saw their name, and that's really cool that that's them.
Yay, Yoselin and Taryn, good job.
Okay, now we're ready for board comments. Martina.
All right. Well, tonight I am going to use my time to announce some news, which I have already shared with my peers and our superintendent. And that is that this week, I am submitting my letter of resignation from the board, and that will be effective at the end of March. This is not a decision that I have taken lightly or made cavalierly. What has happened really is that my life has changed a lot in the last 3 years. I've been appointed interim executive director of sexual assault support services, the nonprofit where I've worked for the last couple of years. And the changes in my professional responsibilities and relationships and duties make stepping down now both the best choice for me personally, and I feel the most ethical choice that I can make. Though I am not happy to be leaving, and certainly not happy to be leaving before the superintendent search is complete, I didn't feel that it was appropriate in particular for me to participate in this next stage of the search if I knew that I wasn't going to be able to complete it. And that is why it felt important to do this now. So if my peers will give me just a few more than my regular 3 minutes, I'll say that serving on this board has been one of the great honors of my life. I've met incredible people, and I've worked with brilliant staff, and I've seen inspiring education happening in so many spaces, and I'm so incredibly grateful for that. But I ran because young folks who I love a lot asked me to, and I wanted them to see that it could be done. And not all of those kids are still with us. And I think that says a lot about how hard the last few years have been. And so this moment seems like a really good one for us all to take stock of everything, right? Of how we're moving through the world and what we're spending our time on and how we're treating one another. I really want to encourage all of us, and by all of us, I mean board members, I mean community members, I mean everyone, to really take a moment, maybe spring break is a good time, to consider what our expectations of ourselves and others are, and whether those expectations are realistic or humane or compassionate or kind. And for this role in particular, as we move forward with an appointment, well, as you move forward with an appointment process, I want us to really ask ourselves whether we want this job, whether we want public service to only be accessible for those who, you know, are able to dedicate what has, for me, for the last year, amounted to 20 or more hours a week of labor. And that's not realistic in my life anymore. And that's something I'm really sad about. So my resignation is effective at the end of the month because over the next 2 weeks, I'm going to work to support my peers in this transition, particularly Judy, and working with you, Judy, as my chair has been such a gift. And so I'm going to spend the next 2 weeks doing what I can to make this transition a little bit easier. After March 30th, the board will decide how to structure a process of appointing a community member to complete the remaining 1 year of my term. I won't be part of that process, of course, not as a board member, but I have every confidence that these 6 wonderful people will select someone who will serve our community well. I have so much faith in all of you, and it's been truly an honor to serve with you.
Wow. Thank you, Martina. You will be missed in many ways. So appreciate all your service. And working with you as well. So who would like to go next? Maya, thank you.
I'll go next because my statement tonight is largely focused on students. So I'm gonna channel Martina's dedication and steadfast focus on uplifting student voice and experience. And I had a conversation with Martina already, so she knows how I feel, and I have a lot of strong feelings about Martina moving along, and I know that we can't fill her shoes, but I hope that we can carry forward her dedication to particularly to the student voice and student experience, which I share passionately. And I wish you well, Martina. The work that you're doing outside of the board is so tremendous, and I applaud you for really prioritizing it and not compromising it. So with that said, because our agenda includes time for Alicia and I to update the board and the community on the equity committee, tonight I want to share an experience I had this morning that was both invigorating and inspiring. This is a story about meaningful learning and offers an illustration of what that can look like. This morning, I spent a few hours at Twin Rivers Charter School serving on a panel convened to hear 5 business plans designed by groups of students, and in one case, a solo student. Picture the TV show Shark Tank, but with students presenting and community members serving as sharks. It was tremendous. The students offered 5 takes on how to build and market a collaborative business endeavor that includes buying, importing, selling, and distributing 600 pounds of coffee beans, all while partnering with the school in El Salvador. The students brilliantly wove together skills that would normally be learned and demonstrated in siloed classes designated for subjects like language arts, math, science, social studies. You get the point. They demonstrated learned skills in all of these subjects while also practicing oral communication skills, demonstrating an understanding of branding and marketing strategies, sharing their innovative product development by offering samples, and showcasing a level of technological savviness necessary to deliver sophisticated business plans via keynote presentations. All of this while engaging in the honored frustration, the time-honored frustration known as group projects, an experience that comes with a whole set of unique and essential lessons itself. It should be noted, and I'm only beginning to touch on lessons learned and skills acquired. This is not an exhaustive list, but mostly what I saw were engaged students sharing visions that they could tangibly see, not only in practical form, but in terms of social and environmental impact, as well as direct impact on their own school through hands-on fundraising. What I saw were groups of students where math, writing, science, and all the other subjects I've outlined held deep meaning. What I saw was the result of schoolwork that exemplifies the benefits of genuine project-based learning. What I saw were students seeing how school could directly tie into life beyond the K-12 experience. What I saw were students who were proud of their work. To quote one of the students' words used to describe the intention behind her group's proposal, this is the type of schoolwork that, quote unquote, soothes humanity. Soothes humanity. I just love that. This is the type of schoolwork to which all 4J students should have access. So thank you to Twin Rivers for inviting me to participate. I wasn't only inspired as a board member keen on seeing genuine, meaningful learning take center stage in our district, but it was also great fun to take on the persona of a coffee heiress shark, and I cannot wait to be one of your first customers. On a different tone, before wrapping up, I also want to take a moment to extend my deepest sympathy to the South Eugene community. For the second meeting in a row, I am extending condolences. Let that sink in. 2 meetings in a row, and these are only our most recent losses to suicide. Loss in isolated moments is beyond soul crushing. Loss in a cluster is absolutely unbearable. We must do nothing less than committing every effort, every resource, every ounce of attention to not only soothing the aching hearts of our students, their families, and our staff, but also to preventing the loss of our precious young people to suicide. Continuing business as usual is unacceptable, and I am confident and thankful that I do not stand alone in this position. Anything less than committed action on our part is unacceptable. We have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Laurel, and then Gordon.
Our 4J educational system, as it stands, only acknowledges part of the whole child. We focus on education. We push them towards those grades. We tell them what they need to do to get it done. But we're missing a part in this. We're missing the part that shows the child their worth, which is just as important and can be done in school and is done by other different kinds of schools. We could change what we do. And it's not the educators that are doing this. They are working in a system that they have to work in and understaffed and with a lot of kids. We got to get this done. We got to keep going. It is a system that is part of what is going on with our children, unequivocally. It is, if you look at behavior, if you look at mental health, if you look at all the things where we look at it from the viewpoint of, well, we have to, this kid needs more discipline. This kid needs, we're not looking at it from the right direction. If we become proactive instead of reactive, everything, all the people that came in to talk about what they do, That's all reactive stuff. And it's only if that kid trusts enough to make that phone call, or that parent finds out in time to make that phone call. When all effort is extended toward the goals surrounding education, we ignore the self-worth. Self-worth is what sustains you through perceived failure. We are failing our children. The efforts we have in place for student mental health are the equivalent of a dollar store Band-Aid for an aortic hemorrhage. I'm advocating for a zero tolerance policy. We must hire experienced mental health and providers or clinical social workers. What we have now with Lines for Life and some other things that were mentioned by Sydney, it funnels to Peace Health. Peace Health system is to take a child, remove them from their parent. If they are dealing with suicidal ideation, they get removed from their parent, taken to a room by themselves, told to strip, must wait hours for a counselor to show up, and then when released, have nothing. I know this because I faced this with my own child. My child reminds me to this day, who is now an adult, how traumatizing and horrific that experience was. No kid will do it twice. We do not have a system in place that protects these kids. So what do? We are proactive. We act before. We hire the mental health counselors. We have people in place to, I'm sorry, I just saw Sydney smiling and I didn't understand. I thought we need people in place to stop what is happening, and we can do this. We have the ability. We have, how many professionals do we have working in our school systems? All of them, I believe, with master's degrees. They have the intellectual ability to stop this. The Band-Aids need to stop. The performance with the people that somebody asked to show up at our public speaking part tonight needs to stop. It's not, it doesn't do the work. It's a performance. It's political. It's not real. That is why we still are losing children. Yes, we have systems in place. They're not enough. We need to do more. We need to do more. I am heartbroken that we keep losing children, and then the same kind of Band-Aids keep being put into place. I have asked Sydney this week over and over to create a committee which has community members, parents, students, board members on it to address this, to look at this, create policy to say this is not going to happen anymore, and that 4J school system has a zero tolerance policy. Will we stop everything? No, we know that's not realistic. And there's no way to quantify this. If we are doing our work, we won't be crying at the next board meeting. And I know, I just want everybody, because I know we have a lot of staff here who work really hard. This is not just 4J. This starts at state level, and we need to work. And I'm hoping, Judy, we can talk about this since we do the legislation stuff together about how we can take this to state level to say, Oregon, you are failing our children. And then we get more supports for all the school districts, and we have more children who get to, who get to continue in this life. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Gordon.
It's hard to figure out how to talk after the, I don't know, depth and importance of that. And thank you, Laurel, for the straightforwardness and importance of what you said. Beyond that, I also want to say thanks to Martina. She and I worked very closely on some things, disagreed on others. She's given so much of her time and her intelligence, her hard work after already doing hard and critical work in her paying job. And all of this, as I know, and as she said, comes above all from the commitment she has to students and to students having a voice that matters in the school system. I know that was the origin of her decision to run for the board, and I think has been her guiding star for all the time she's been here, and we'll miss that on the board. I want to say something about YG and Kelly, which I know we're going to be talking about later or hearing about later. Whatever the process ends up being for moving forward on that, I hope it'll include honest and completely transparent discussions and meetings with the whole staffs of both schools and with the PTOs and parents of both schools. There was $7 million allocated in the last bond for program moves of YG, Kelly, and Corridor. So that amount of money should be available for expanding or improving the current building as one of the options we're looking at. We may also need to take money from other projects that are already planned to be done with the remaining money in the 2011 and 2013 bond funds. I have no doubt that those are important, needed projects identified for good reason. But doing the right thing at YG and Kelly may end up being a higher priority because this community was misled. And that creates its own kind of moral debt, and we have to act with honor and recognize that debt. So I hope whatever process we have is based on a commitment to coming to an agreement, obviously within the limited amounts of money that we actually have that can earn community support. I also want to touch briefly on the opt-out issue that Larry Lewin raised. We're coming up to testing season. We've been asking for years, and I will ask again, that we have a single button link on the front page of the district that takes people to the opt-out form, and then we have a commitment that forms to opt out will be distributed without restriction, that parents won't be discouraged, and that staff won't be retaliated against for answering parents' questions about their right to opt out. Finally, we have this year's budget that we've been talking about in the budget committee that's going to be coming up for final approval in April. And there are two things that I'm committed to seeing in that budget. One is the pilot program to put 3 librarians in our highest needs elementary schools as identified by staff. A number of people talking about Ukraine this week. In at least one of our elementary schools, kids will take out a book that tells them that Kiev and Ukraine are in the Soviet Union and explains the difference between West and East Germany, because we still have books from the 1970s that some kids are using, and that's only one of the reasons why we need more certified librarians. And the last thing is what other people have touched on, starting with Nadine Bhatia. We need more money for mental health supports, and we need to do it in this year's budget. We do have, as far as I know, $18 million in ESSER money that's only good for 2 years. And normally we would never create a staff position that we don't know that we could fund permanently. But in this case, I think it's worth doing, even if it only ends up being funded for 2 years to get us through this most dangerous time. This is not an issue in which anybody is to blame. The lack of funding is from the state. This is something that's happening all over the country. It's not an issue of blame, but it's also not a time to take credit or to congratulate ourselves on how much we've done. Obviously, a lot has been done, and obviously what we've done is not enough, not because somebody messed up, but because we're facing this crisis that we need to rise to. And so I also will not sign off on the budget until we put some more resources, and I'm relying on other people. Laurel named some of them, and I trust the superintendent and other people to draw on the right people to figure out the best way for us to spend some of that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Mary, unmuted.
Yeah, I'll go. Let's see, I'm going to take it from sort of a different angle here, but I want to start off by thanking Martina for her service to the kids in this district. I really appreciate it. And we had a brief conversation the other night about it, so I really appreciate it. I won't go over it again here, but please take care of yourself, and we will miss you. And I'll leave it right there in terms of my public comments. I did want to thank Dwight and Coral and Lisa, that was her name, who came and talked about the work of Safe Oregon and the stuff they're doing. I think that's really helpful to provide more information to us, since we did talk about this last week, and I just appreciate that, appreciate everything that they're doing, and appreciate what the district is doing. And of course, we can always do more. The biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. So I just feel like we've we've done a lot, and there's a lot more we can do. I also want to thank Sue Walling and Julie Daniel for their comments about the climate work that we are doing. And haven't always agreed with all of them, but or both of them all the time. But I think it's really important to have that voice there, and I hope they continue to push us on this. And their vision and type of expectations and aspirations are kind of what I hope we can get to eventually. So I just want to thank them. I hope they're still listening. Don't know if they are. Then congratulations to our 2 outstanding 4J students, recipients of the Stand for Children Awards. That's just super great. And I know we have several of them out there. Oh, there. Thank you, Taryn. I just wish you all success. I know you will be successful because you are successful already. And then to those math nerds in the crowd, a belated Happy Pi Day. Thank you.
Wow. Yes. Thank you. Alicia.
Thanks. First, see you, Martina. It's been great. We've had some good times. And I do appreciate it. And I didn't know quitting was an option. Dang. Thank you. Thank you very much. I completely understand. This has become quite a lot to do while you're also trying to work full time. I don't think I could say it any better than what everybody has said about the loss and the sadness and the darkness. And so I will just leave it at that and thank everybody. And I know there are personal losses that people have experienced. Want to give you, I had a meeting with the charter school committee. So a couple things came out of that. There are a number of leadership changes with our charter schools. And I won't share those. I'll let people share those on their own. But that was a little surprising. Also, that they are grappling, as I'm sure others are, and I know Violet called it out with the mask mandate, trying to figure out how to do that. Also, that site visits are coming up in the 3rd and 4th week of May. So I'm looking forward to that, depending on the size of the committee they put forward and whether a school board member is allowed on those committees or there's room for them. Music Appreciation Month. I was going to sing it, but then I thought, no, that was cruel. So just wanted to call it out. It was really nice to have a person, our TOSA, come, and I hopefully when we get a chance to hear more about what's going on. Also, really liked, sometimes you kind of miss things that are right in front of you, but that discussion about reducing drop off and pickup by a school, and I know those lines, and I thought that's maybe where I'd like to, can we get a little smile chart or something? I mean, there's just, I think about ways that we could make that happen. And last, I just too want to congratulate our students for the win with the Stand Award. It's pretty fun to have 2 folks that are on with us on the school board winning those awards. So congratulations. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. And I just want to follow up. It's been a little speechless losing Martina for me. So I just have to make just a couple other comments and really publicly thank her. I really had to talk her into being my vice chair this year. To have coffee, I didn't know, but I'm really appreciative. I know where you are in your career and how much extra time it's taken. So I'm very appreciative that you said yes, because working with you has really been a joy and a privilege. And I've really learned a lot. And I will really miss you personally on the board. I know the board, everyone's expressed how much they'll miss you. I know our community will too, for sure. And the youth, but the community as a whole. So I also wish you all the best, and please stay in touch with us. And thank you. Thank you for the many, many hours you put in talking things through with me. So Okay. So we are at the consent. We have one consent agenda item on the tonight. And can we have a motion?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Great. Do we have a second? Mary seconds. So Martina moves and Mary seconds. Any discussion?
I didn't see any consent agenda. I looked back and forth.
There was, one consent agenda item, and it was the approval of the resolution 2022-14, and it was something to do, it was about the land. I read it. It was the land we have and the building we have for the CTE construction project.
I read that and I have questions about that.
Okay, so let's have some questions from the consent. We are having a discussion, so.
My only question is, it said that there's renters, I believe, on the land. Will these people be displaced by what we're doing?
So just to clarify, this is a property that is right next to River Road Elementary. And we bought the house when it was, when we were building, and we were too close to the house. So we bought the house. So it is ours, but what we're watching.
Wait, you pause.
Oh, go ahead, Christine.
You froze there.
Oh.
So this is a house next to River Road Elementary, and it's currently being used for district programs. So it's not being used in a different fashion. It's got the McKinney-Vento program and let's see, the wraparound services team. And once the district's ready for it, it'll house the welcome center for families. So it doesn't have renters in it, is my understanding.
So there's no renters on this land, and by us changing it, we will not be displacing anybody who is housed.
That I have heard nothing to suggest that there's a renter in there. Ryan Spain, if he's, able, can maybe speak to that. But when I spoke with Misael about this, I had the distinct impression that no, it's being used for 4J programs right now. What it is being requested is a resolution that would allow the district to move forward with an application to annex it so that it can be designated as a public land and put to use eventually, potentially, for expanded educational purposes.
So we have our wraparound services, and am I still frozen?
No.
Okay, our wraparound services are in there with washing machines. It serves a number of our unhoused kids. If their parents want to come over and wash clothes, they can come over, and we have a number of people who speak Spanish as their first language supporting families that come by, and it's right by River Road. So there are no renters. There are people in it, but there are people, and we want to use it instead of as a house. We want to use it as a school district property.
Okay, that was my only concern, because the way it was written, I think it said something about single family dwelling or something like that. And I was like, whoa.
It is.
So
it is, but.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Maya and Mary.
I want to follow up Laurel's question by asking for clarification. I mean, these are 3 programs serving some of our most vulnerable students. So my question is our intention to keep these 3 programs inside of this structure? It's so perfectly situated right now in terms of being right next door to El Camino del Rio. So I'm just wondering, will this annexation mean that down the line we'll be moving those programs, or is this so that those programs can stay in that structure?
They'll stay.
Okay, so this is just a formality. And am I understanding correctly that this is the building, just for my brain, that the Eugene Springfield Youth Orchestra used to occupy? Okay, and those guys are at the Bailey Hill site now, correct? Okay, so
Yes.
they also have a home and everyone
has a home.
Okay, thank you.
Mary, did you have something?
Yeah, just to clarify, it is the former residence, and the district did buy it when we were going to build River Road El Camino, that is immediately west of the current building. And we bought it at that point in time because we thought we needed the space. It served as a construction office during the construction. And yes, the Eugene Symphony or Eugene Youth Orchestra is in there now. So it's not to get rid of the house, it's to actually bring it into public land status. It's a land use issue. So I think it has really nothing to do with CTE. It's more of a public land issue, and that's why the attorney is involved. So thank you.
So we're ready to call the question. Great. It's been moved by Martina and seconded by Mary. Okay. All those in favor of the consent agenda item, raise your hand. It passes 7 yes and no votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to items for information, and we want to acknowledge the District Equity Committee membership. And I believe this is Alicia and Maya.
You want me to jump in, Maya?
Sure.
Great. So you've got in front of you the list of folks that we have put forward to be on the Equity Committee. One shift, Amelia Auble is not a parent, so she's a community member. So I need to shift that up. And so this is a group. One of the things we are in terms of our work with the Equity Committee is on the cutting edge, sometimes known as the bleeding edge, where things are shifting. So I want to be really clear in my time to say this group of folks may not be the same group of folks that we constitute as an equity committee down the line, because the state has given different guidelines. But to be getting started and get doing the work, which isn't on hold and shouldn't wait, this is the group. And I think it's actually a really good idea, because people get their feet wet, they get a chance to see the work, and then they get a chance to decide whether they want to move forward and put their app in, or whatever process, however process we decide to do that. Going to turn it over to Maya to see if she's got thoughts or other understanding.
I can wait till after Judy asks her question.
Well, I'm just going to clarify. Amelia Auble was a graduate from 4J, and she's a self-advocate. She went through our special education program, so she'll be a really strong, good voice.
Right, and I believe she was one of the founders of the Look Me in the Eye movement.
Yes.
So that's why she would fall into that community partner place. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to echo that same sentiment for really every single member of this committee. It's been incredibly thoughtfully curated by not only Alicia, Superintendent Vanderkar, and myself, but also Misael and Larry had a big hand in selecting the folks. And I feel really proud of the representation that we have achieved on this in this list. I do want to say that without anybody having self-identified, the one category that we need to give attention to for the future is somebody or more than one person, hopefully, who are experiencing any level of a housing crisis situation. I believe that's the category that we currently, again, without anybody having self-selected, might not have included on this list. But otherwise, we worked diligently to make sure that this not only represented geographical affiliations and schools, but also a tremendous amount of communities across our broader community are represented here. So
Anybody have questions?
Superintendent Vandegar has her.
So
I can only see 4.
I just wanted to add to what Alicia started off with, that it's been a little bumpy because we started before we had to. And what did you say? Bleeding edge? I forgot what you said. Is that a couple of rules have changed since we started, or maybe they were clarified. And so what I anticipate is ODE letting us know that we need to come up with something written down that the board and I work on, but they haven't told us exactly what that looks like. So right now we're going to move forward with what we have, knowing that next year could be a little different. And that I think that is what I really want everyone to know, is that they're kind of using us as hey, have you tried this yet and how did it work? And then when they see what we come up with, maybe it didn't meet exactly what they were hoping it would do. So just know that this isn't supposed to be set in stone until September of the next school year. So we are going to start, and what we know is we've did things a little differently than ODE thought we would, and we're just going to own it and move forward. So
thank you, Laurel.
I have heard several times the term that we're doing this before we had to, or before the expected, but it's an equity committee. So as a Black person hearing that, you're like, no, it's not before we had to. It's right. It's been needed, and we should, and it's good that we're doing it. And I felt like it took forever to get here since I got here, and I've been hearing about it the whole time. So I'm glad that we're doing it. And there is nobody who looks like me who's going to say, oh, well, I guess it's early. Equity's early, people. So it's not. And I appreciate the work, and that we have a great list of people. Thank you.
Right. And you're absolutely right, Laurel. That's why I said we aren't waiting. This district isn't waiting. The work needs to be addressed now. I just want to make sure people down the line don't, as the state changes rules on us, I just really want to be clear that that could happen. And that's my point. And I see Maya's got her hand up.
Yeah, and Maya, can you wrap it up? Because we had 5 minutes and it's 5, so that'd be great.
sure. I also want to call attention to ourselves so that we are cognizant when we make our next collection of committee members, that we, in our category of staff, we do not have a single MAPS member currently, and we also only have one current classified staff member and one staff member who is now licensed but formerly classified. And I want to say that out loud so that we are sure to remedy that when we move forward with the next round of the formation of this list.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this. I know it was a lot of time and effort, so I appreciate Maya and Alicia and Superintendent Vanderkar. I know it was a joint effort. So now we are on receiving an update on the COVID-19 response.
All right, good evening. I've got my thoughts organized here to try and be efficient. So I'll run through these and then take questions at the end. Just wanted to follow up that talked with administrators, was able to talk to administrators of almost all schools today, just checking in to see how the transition to our optional mask wearing has gone. People did a lot of work the week ahead of time, and we've had no major issues at schools. I think overwhelmingly, every school has people wearing masks and people without masks. I think the high schools have fewer kids in masks overall than our middle and elementary, but principals said it started out with high numbers of mask wearing, and they're slowly seeing day by day that children are removing masks. Staff continue to wear masks. We're about half and half, depending on the school, some higher, some lower, but overall they report that the transition has gone really well. And some people, a few of them mentioned that they even felt a sense of kind of calm and peacefulness, kind of like kids have just settled down a little bit. So people are, not everybody, and again, we have employees and our students on both ends. And I think the focus has been on being kind and accepting people wherever they are. So that's been the feedback coming from our schools today. We continue with all of our other mitigation strategies. We want to remind people that we're just doing one change at a time right now, and that has been to make the masks optional. So we're continuing to work with all positive employees and with our students and their families. We aren't quarantining. Our dashboard is kept up to date. If you were to go to our dashboard right now, you would see that we have 2 positive staff members and I believe 8 positive students. And so our numbers continue to mirror what we're seeing in the county, in the state, and really across the United States right now. The county is in green, and that is low. And there's only two counties in Oregon right now that are in high. Everybody else is either green or in the middle, the medium. Continuing cohort notifications, all of our schools continue to have tests on site. So if we have students who are experiencing symptoms, we can test them on site if we have permission from their parents, or if they're old enough, they can get permission come to school and do that. We also send take-home tests with our families. We just received a lot of take-home tests, so we're getting those out to our schools. Everybody currently has some. We know that we have some families who don't have the ability to get to our schools to test their kids. We also know that some of our families don't want their kids tested on site. And so we give families the option to either have take-home tests or we can do it for them. So that's one thing that we continue to do. We want to make sure that should someone want to be tested or want to have access to testing, that we do that. And we do that with our students and with our staff. Everybody has the option to do that should they want to. We're continuing to stay physically distanced to the extent possible. That is both within classrooms and at lunch. A lot of our schools are continuing to feed students outside. And as the weather gets nicer, we'll continue to see that increase as well. Continuing with our electrostatic spraying every night in all of our schools. And that has been something that we've done all along, and want people to know that that cleaning continues in all of our classrooms, in all of our schools. A couple of things that I know people have asked about. One has to do with field trips. And we have not added back just a blanket statement on field trips. What we have added back right now, outdoor school, middle school track, OSAA sports and activities. So it's not just our athletes, it's our kids who are involved in other activities as well, and statewide competitions. So for our choirs or other programs that have statewide competitions, we are providing transportation for those as well. And I want to remind people the reason we're not able to open up field trips is because we absolutely do not have the ability to transport kids. Our number one priority right now is getting kids to and from school. And anybody in transportation, if they have a CDL, whether they're a supervisor or a director, are driving every day. And so that includes our transportation director. So we still don't have the staff to staff the field trips. Remember, we contracted out as well last year when we were really short on our bus drivers, and the people that we contract out with, we have what we get. And Art could probably explain this better than I can, but when I talked with him this afternoon to clarify that, it was important to know that we've done everything we can to contract out, to hire people, to continue to utilize all of our drivers. And so we're providing everything that we absolutely can right now, but that continues to limit us in terms of what we can do in transport. So while we're not opening everything back up to field trips, we are continuing to work with our directors and with transportation to provide what we can. Visitors and volunteers, I know that was another question. And throughout, for quite some time, we have allowed what we call essential visitors and volunteers. And those visitors and volunteers really support instruction and safety. So we have cafeteria volunteers, we have playground volunteers, we have people that come in and volunteer in our libraries or in our classrooms. We do allow guest speakers to come in. So we haven't shut those people out, but what we do is we look at them as essential visitors or volunteers, and that's been our guide all along. And I just want to remind people that we still have the vaccine mandate rule that is in play. And so what that requires is that for anybody who volunteers in schools, whether they have direct or indirect contact with our students, they still have to follow that mandate. So they either have to be vaccinated or they have to have an approved exception. So we can't just open it back up and say, you know, we're open again for everybody. We're really looking at putting one piece in play at a time. And it's respectful for our staff and our students and their families, because not everybody is a fan of the optional mask only. And I think it's just important to remember that. And all along, we've really worked hard to support our families. Somebody said, I can't remember which student, and maybe I don't remember who it was that talked about input. And on our website, remember, I think Carrie Delph talked about last time about stakeholder input on face masks. And we did have over almost 13,000 responses. About 4,800 of those were students. And so people can go to the website. And remember, we did have that short turnaround because we had 3 changes of dates when masking would change. And so like many of the things that we're doing, kind of like, I think, Alicia, you were just talking about the changes with the equity, everything keeps changing on us. So our ability to respond and pivot and make sure that we are following the rules as they're put out, and that we have the ability to communicate those out. Sometimes it's really difficult and we really get pushed. And so I think we've been working hard, but that survey is there. And so certainly we certainly have more than 13,000 patrons in the community, but we did have the ability to get that out. So the information is there. Along with those, the vaccine mandate, it does include before and after school programs as well. And anybody who has a program, so our Head Start programs or our aftercare, before care, anybody that we bring on site to work with our children before and after school also have to follow that mandate. So those are just a few of the things that have changed, and those are the things that we're continuing to work with. That rule is in effect through the end of the school year. And so we don't know what goes beyond that. We'll continue to monitor that and look for changes. I see 2 hands. So Alicia, you're on my left, and then Gordon is next to you. So I'll start with you.
Thanks, Dawn. I have a question here from a constituent who goes to South Eugene High School.
Okay.
Would like to know, I think you answered it, I just want clarity, is wondering why the sports teams get to travel, but the performing arts team, whatever, doesn't get to go to state. But it sounds like they can travel now. That's been clear.
They can, and I clarified with Andy Dye, our Director of Secondary Education, this afternoon, and that's why what I put in is this sports activities and statewide competitions, because we are opening that up for all kids, and we will continue to work to get them to be able to go to those programs.
Right. I just wanted clarity because there's nothing worse than giving false information to a 16-year-old.
No,
who lives across
totally
the street.
get it. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Gordon?
Thanks. I wanted to go back to the question of volunteers, and I guess it seems to me that I don't quite get why we couldn't allow more volunteers in, requiring that they be vaccinated, or even if we thought requiring that they wear masks as a condition of being a volunteer. Just thinking that everything in the system is so thinly stretched or beyond thinly stretched, and if we could say, okay, a couple of parents will come in and volunteer in a classroom, or volunteer in a whatever, that it would really help out. So what is the barrier to being able to do that, even with a vaccine mandate or even a mask mandate? If there's, if we survey, parents in the class, say there's some parents like, I don't want anybody else in there unless they're masked.
Yeah, good question. And I don't think, I think when this first started, we were really locked down and not allowed to really bring anybody into our schools. And as we've been allowed to open them up, I think the words that we've used, and Dr. Wagner and I talked about this afternoon, and she can certainly weigh in too, but we really have talked about instruction and safety. And what we've told people is, if you need volunteers, if you need to have people support you, go to your building administrator, and your building administrator can go to your director. So I don't believe we've turned that down. Now, I could be wrong because I don't work directly with those people in terms of all of the asks, but we have opened that and understand that people do need support, and we are stretched thin. So it really does, there's lots of ways to support instruction, and there's lots of ways to support safety. So if that request is there, I don't know that we've turned them down. And I think as we're opening them up and as things continue to improve, that will provide more opportunities for people. And I see Dr. Wagner on here just in case she wants to add something.
Thanks, Dawn. What I was going to add was that we have really depending on the building and the situation. We have some buildings that have, because of their layout or how they've chosen to operate, because we have some level of control that's happening at the building. We want the building staff and the administrator to be able to work together about the volunteer situation. What we haven't wanted is just volunteers just coming for the sake of just being at a school. We want them to be there to support a specific action, whether that's some small group instruction, doing something in the library, helping in the at recess, helping in the lunchroom. Those are the volunteer experiences. And then we have some people who are coming in and coming every week and doing guest speaking throughout. So it's a variety, but we have not just blanket opened it for anyone and all to come. We feel like each building gets to work with their school community and their staff and their administrator to decide where that level of safety and focus needs to be. And I think the important piece that Dawn referenced was we've had this going on. Some buildings have chose to have more volunteers and some haven't, but that's been a building level conversation that's happened with staff and with their administrator.
Okay, I guess I would just, like what you're saying now actually sounds more open than what I had understood, which was that it was really just safety, kind of like safety related. So, and it makes sense that, different schools might decide differently, but if there's a way to, like in the schools which have decided, even to let parents know. So, if you're interested in volunteering in your kid's class, like contact your teacher and maybe it'll be allowed or not, because my impression is that most people in the community think that except for very limited things, we're still not allowing volunteers back in. And if even at, on a school by school basis, we notified people that, okay, we've widened the criteria of who can come in, that it had, because like, as you said, instruction includes a whole lot of things that could be done and that could be really useful. And I don't think, my impression is people don't know that, and it would be good to make that known, at least in the schools where it's invited.
So we can relay that to administrators if they need to communicate differently to their school communities. That change with focusing, obviously we had volunteers in the fall for health and safety, like outdoors. That change for supporting some small group instruction, that occurred in January.
Maybe I'm just slow.
It's okay. I just wanted you to know, and some buildings weren't ready for it. I think that we giving buildings the opportunity to work with their staff and communicate what they're willing to do in that realm. But our focus has been health and safety first, and then small group instruction or volunteering where specific thing. When I say, because small group instruction might not happen in the library, but we need some people to support us in the library, other places where some instruction could happen. We will share that with administrators though.
Yeah. Okay, Maya, you're next on my left here.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification, because like Gordon, the language I had read repeatedly was that we had let in volunteers who were providing us essential support, which I personally consider small group support essential, but I had pictured like Mary helping in the cafeteria, for example, or at recess as like the essential kind of stuff versus small group instruction support. So I'm really happy to hear that that's been expanded. And I appreciate that that you're going to communicate with principals. And just to understand, you said the steps that have to be taken is that a staff member would communicate a need to their building administrator, who would then communicate to a level director.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm hoping that communication could also just maybe be sent directly to staff so that they understand that they're in a position to request that. And not to say that building administrators wouldn't communicate that, but it feels like it might be worth, just direct communication instead of like segmented communication. Because I've heard of teachers who are asking the same questions that Gordon is asking. And so it's not just about the parents clamoring to get into the building, which we know there's a lot of that, but also about teachers just not being on the same page as to the fact that they can say, I need some help. So that would be, I think, really helpful for our staff to get that maybe directly from the superintendent or from you, Dawn. I'm not sure who.
I
the
think
right
what
person is.
kind of our process has been is that, you know, our level directors work with our administrators who work with their staff, and we really work hard to follow that, because I don't like to get out in front of directors while I sit at the top of COVID. I don't sit at the top of working with the people in the schools. And so we will put that on our SEC agenda, which we'll meet after spring break. I think it's important to remember that, you know, all of our schools are unique, right? Just like we're all unique. Every school kind of has the way they operate, and they really, some schools tend to still be more closed down. They're not as open to new people. They really want to make sure that things feel safe for them. That's an important piece. So I think that's part of why we depend on working with our buildings specifically for the needs of each building. So we will communicate that. I know that Melissa and Jeff and Andy are all on here. And we'll make sure to take that back so that we can work on getting that communication.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you also not wanting to step on the toes of the directors. That makes perfect sense to me. I just want to make sure that folks know who are feeling like they're drowning, know that that we are at a point now where that conversation can at least happen, and then the decision can be discussed. But until now,
I
I'm
think
not
it
sure.
goes back to that, remembering just that we have that one point, right? That we're adding one thing back at a time. And we do have staff in our schools, but we also have parents in our schools who are still somewhat monitoring our situation. And we don't want to put too many variables in there to really create kind of that uneasiness. And so I would say this week has felt good, in that the communication and the feedback I have from people is that I think people were expecting a little bit more pushback, and they just haven't had it. There's been very few incidences where kids or staff have really voiced some really discomfort. I think people have been really watching, but people, our administrators have felt really good about what we're seeing. And so I think that lends it. And as people start to see that our numbers really are going down, and that they can feel safer at school, that's how we add things back a little bit at a time, because we do want people to trust us and feel good about working in the organization, and that we're looking out for everybody. So I think those small steps are important for people. So thank you, and we'll work on that. I appreciate it. Mary, you're next, and then I see Gordon after Mary.
And let's try to make those the last two comments given the hour. So that
Perfect. Thank you. Mary.
Have to go. Okay. I just wanted to underline the fact working with each individual and appreciate each individual building administrator, and appreciate that, because I know each building is different. And I actually reached out to the place where I volunteer, and they needed help in the kitchen. So I've been doing that. And I do still have to check in every time and go through the COVID screening with the questions and so forth. So, and a background check. So that it's not that you can just walk in and, you know, sit down and volunteer with kids. It does take a process. So thank you for all that. And I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Gordon, did you put your hand down, or are you good?
No, I only put my hand down because I thought I was about to speak.
Yep.
So I mean, just briefly, I just kind of want to underline Maya's point, which is, and I felt a little bit of dissonance between, okay, we want to go slow thing by thing, and like, yes, volunteering in classrooms is okay in the schools that decide it. So I guess my request would be in the meetings with directors to ask, at whatever level it comes from, to ask principals to send out a notice to all the staff in their school of whatever their agreement is. If they say, okay, we're ready to have people come into classrooms to do small group reading, but we don't want anybody on the playgrounds during recess, you know, whatever it is, because we're just, everybody is so burnt out. I don't want to have and I assume that principals probably get like 12 different things a week, pay attention to this, and it's easy for something to get stuck. And I think this is too important a thing. I just want to make sure it doesn't get stuck in some bottleneck. Thanks.
Yeah, and thanks, and it won't. I already have the note right here on my desk. So and I know Lisa is on here, so we can add it to our SEC agenda on Tuesday when we come back.
And sorry, Judy, I know you wanted to stop. I just want to make sure that we also respect that we have staff in our building that are on a large continuum. We received that feedback when EEA shared that feedback with us. Our classified union shared feedback with us, and our MAPS members. So we have a lot of staff that still is very uneasy about the masking thing. And I know we've been having volunteers in in certain situations. So some schools might not have consensus with the staff on do we want to let more volunteers in or not? And so I just want to be really respectful that we just have a spectrum of staff members that could feel differently, and building administrators are trying to balance that. So as Dawn, and we'll make sure we bring this up again with directors, but I just wanted to say that just based on the feedback we'd received from our employee groups.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you so much, Dawn, always for your work on this. Okay, I don't know about anyone else, but I know I need to take a 5-minute break. Then we have, it is 10:14, so let's return at 10:20 and do our last item for information. Okay, it's 10:20. I'm sure our other board members will be here in a minute. So I'm going to say our next item is an item for information to receive an update on the North Region planning. Superintendent Vanderkar.
Okay, so when I spoke with Gordon about this, maybe it was a text message, I'm not sure. We talked about how things had changed over time, how COVID got in the way, how the bond changed a little bit. So what Brooke and I are going to do, and we're not trying to bore you, but we're trying to start at the beginning. And there are pieces that she and I both don't know because we might not have been there, but we've pieced them together with others who were there. So a lot of it happened when there was a different facilities director. A lot of it happened certainly when Gustavo was here. So we're gonna fill in the blanks, and then you'll need another meeting because you'll have questions. And I just think that we will be able to answer some of them, but we won't be able to answer all of them. So when the board thought that they might go out for a bond, they started with the long range facilities group. And that group wanted an assessment of all the buildings in 4J. We took a look at that once we got it back, and that's how we determined which buildings needed to be replaced. The original plan was to go out for a 380 million plus bond measure. And after some community surveys, the board decided to drop it to what we went out for, which was less than 320. So we believe that some people thought they were getting something, and maybe we didn't go full circle. I don't know those pieces, but we didn't get as much money as we originally thought. So on that long range facilities, and you got all this in all of that stuff that we gave you. So you should have that report in one of those attachments that we sent. So it says that Edison is the #1 building that needs replacement. And then it talks about the size of the rooms of North Eugene, and North Eugene is not the oldest building. South Eugene out of the high schools is the oldest building, but then it's North. But the size of the rooms at North are very small. And so the kids didn't fit very easily into them with the bigger sizes that we have now than we did then. So we move along. We're making plans to build an elementary school in the Sheldon region because they need it. We can tell that we have a number of schools in the River Road side that are growing big, and the projection is that they're going to outgrow the size of the building. And the board finally comes up with the plan to make Gillum bigger, to build Edison and then Camas. And actually, I think at first it was reversed, Camas, then Edison, and then start North Eugene High School. So those are the 4 major builds. Inside that bond, we also needed to build a couple of softball fields due to Title IX regulations, and some upgrades on Title IX issues like locker rooms and stuff like that. So the bond has earmarked a number of projects. I would say a lot of them have been completed, and some of them have been started, and some of them have not been started. So we passed the bond at less than the original amount, and And at that point, we realized we have to go out and visit with Corridor, YG, Kelly, and the North region. And so bond passes in November of 2018. November 2018 through December of 2019, Brooke and I go out and we counted on our calendar over 15 meetings where we went and talked to the teachers, the PTO. Some of them were mixed where they would bring in people to the Kelly cafeteria, and it was not just YG and not just Corridor, but a mixture of groups. So it's hard to say how many times we met with each group. At some point
during that time, we also solicited survey information, and we had multiple staff members and community members speak at board meetings, which all of that is in minutes and throughout. So for that 11-month time or 12-month time from November of 18, right after the bond passed, through the following year.
And we do say that North Eugene can be used by one of the groups. And originally, when we were going to tear down the building that YG and Corridor both were in, the idea was that we would move YG to Kelly and share space, and we'd move Corridor to North Eugene and use the south end of the building, which would be a nice way of maybe a separation between the elementary and the high school. The board decides to close Corridor.
So specifically before that happened, I want to make sure I draw attention to two board presentations that happened in December of 2019. After listening to input that we attended, my role shifted back and forth a couple different times in my role in the district, same with Sid. So we were in and out of some of these things, but up until December of 2019, both of us had been involved the whole time with working with all of those staffs and community members. In December of 19, it was decided that we would have Corridor relocate to the south side of North Eugene by the tennis courts. And it was decided that the YG staff would relocate to Kelly and they would share a space. In the second board meeting of December of 19, we presented program moves. Gordon referenced this earlier in the meeting tonight, where we had 10 million, just over 10 million that was going to be designated for those moves. We had originally 4.3 million for the corridor renovation at North Eugene. We had 1.2 million, 4.3 million was for deferred maintenance of North Eugene. 1.2 million was for corridor to be relocated at North, and 1.3 was for YG to be relocated at Kelly. So we have used some of that money. In the $10 million that was designated by the board in that December 19th meeting, we have 5.5 left. So I just wanted to be clear about that. And then from that moment on, moving forward, we hit January and February of 2020. And the direction we received in some conversations that occurred through board meetings was, we need to get YG and Kelly cohabitating in a building and get through that process together. And then we will, once they cohabitate together, we will then work on a long range facility. But there were some questions asked, like, well, what could we do long-term before we start cohabitating? So the staff's requested to tour North Eugene. So tours occurred with staff members from YG and Kelly separately in January and February of 2020. And they sent feedback to their administrators and shared that with us. So we have those emails that talked about, they were not super excited about North. They felt it was too big. They were excited about some of the potentials of cohabitating together as a K-8. I think some of the feedback that was staff shared with through an email was that the rooms were not conducive to an elementary setting. So we have some of those documents that we can share. And then the pandemic hit. So I wanted to make sure that that information that was happening in January and February of 2020, and then the pandemic hit in March. And that is I just wanted to insert that Superintendent Vanderkar, I'm sorry, because then that spring is when we made the decision to, the board and the Superintendent Balderas made the decision to close corridor in the spring of 2020, when we were just at the beginning of our 2-year pandemic journey.
And so I think part of what happens in this whole thing is that we think it's going to take a little less money to get North up and ready. So all the things that you would never see when you walk into a building, AC, some things with the switches that I meant to ask the question on what you actually call them instead of me pointing to the wall switches. And there's a lot of work that has to happen at North, but there's a small fire. The pandemic hits. Lots of cost rises, and what we thought was going to be less than 10 million has turned into 30. So just not to do any remodeling with North, but just to fix to bring it up to standard is now up to 30 million. And then when the staffs go through and they realize they don't really like it and they need a lot of work done for it to work, that's now at 60 million. So that is the estimate to get North up and running for an elementary, or even if Kelly wanted to go there because they didn't like how big the rooms were either, it would cost around 60 million. We also had facilities go in to look at the walls to see if we could even move the walls, and it's just the way it is built. The walls aren't movable. It's not like you can take out the wall and put it just a little bit out, because they're all walls that hold up the roof. So what we realized is that North is not viable if they don't like how it looks or how it works, and we took it off the table. We did explain this over time, but not to everyone. And I think the staff members have changed over time. So part of the people that Brooke and I met with 5 years ago just aren't there anymore. And we did meet with them, just Brooke and I together, and to explain how things weren't going very well. And we could tell that being together, they didn't really know how it was going because they just got there when we met with them. So they hadn't had a lot of time together. And now they've had half a year plus a month, no more than half a year. So we do hear from some staff that really like it there. And then we hear from some vocal staff that they don't. So is there anything that I missed in that, Brooke, that we talked about me saying?
I just wanted to make sure that when the pandemic hit and corridor closed that spring of 2020, we kind of fast forwarded to January of 2021 because of the massive amount of work that came in because of CDL. And then we started late because of the fires. And then we were trying to get kids back in to limited in person. And then we were trying to figure out how we were going to do hybrid. So there was a lot of activity. But in January of 2021, I believe it was board member Jim Torrey and board member Mary Walston got together and started meeting with instructional folks and some facility folks. I was not a part of that because at that time I wasn't supporting the North region. And they began to work together. And I want to say probably in the spring, with knowing that board member Torrey was stepping down, I think board member Lafer stepped in, and that was a big point when we really started talking about the portables. And then the roof failed. And so they had been back in the building together for the first time for approximately maybe 3 to 4 weeks, and the roof failed. And then we couldn't be in the building. And so this school year has really been, and when they were in the building in the spring of 2021, it was hybrid. So not all students were on site at the same time. So, and then fast forward to, as that team kept meeting, I know then Mary and Gordon continued on that team, and facilities and instruction folks with Superintendent Vanderkar met starting again in the new school year up until very recently. So I just those were just the little bookends I wanted to make sure. Because when we're talking about a timeline, I wanted to fill that in.
So the bond money doesn't have a lot of, well, there's money, but we have money to finish North, we have money to finish Edison, we have money to finish Gillum, which most all of them are over budget due to just constraints from COVID. And then the longer we wait to get Camas started, the more the escalation goes up. So we don't have 60 million unless we say we're not going to pay for something that is in the bond that we were going to pay for before. Then as we thought about it, with Willard is a whole elementary school, and some feedback that Brooke and I received was that they wanted their own school. They didn't want to share one. So we thought, well, that building will be open. And of course it is not in the North region. And YG, their membership, I would say, fluctuates. All of them are not neighborhood schools, but I mean, because it's not a neighborhood school, all of them aren't necessarily in the neighborhood. So it sounds like that is not something they want. And so I think what we could think about is changing how Kelly, if they want to stay there, like we don't have a whole lot of options on the table here, but we could add to Kelly without spending as much money as it would cost to fix North. So, okay, there are questions. And Brooke, before I go to questions, do you want to add anything that we?
I just know that more recently, as things have shifted, Superintendent Vanderkar asked me to step back into this process. And I know we're looking to set a meeting that involves staff members and board members. I'm continuing that iteration of that meeting with board member Lafer and board member Walston and some staff members and some facility people. So I know we're in the process of trying to set that meeting as we continue through to work together to find next steps.
Okay, so on my screen, Judy, is it all right if I call? Okay, so I have first, I have Laurel, and then Mary, Maya, then Gordon.
Okay, so I have a few questions. One notable way of while you were talking about staff, I just want to call attention. You said some staff liked it and some vocal staff did not like it. I would love to understand why the staff that don't like it are called vocal staff. It doesn't sound appropriate to me.
Okay, I can clarify that. And I didn't mean for it to be what I should have said was ones who have corresponded with the board. I've got reports from building principal and a director who said that some are afraid to voice their opinion because it's not the popular opinion. So I think what I wanted the board to know is that not everyone in the two schools, Kelly and YG, is against being together. So maybe I should have said it that way. Thank you, Laurel.
Okay, and my other, the bond money amount we have left, I believe Brooke said 5.5, or is that just part of it? Is that just the one that goes for this?
That was the specifically in the bond, there was 10 million for program moves, Laurel, and 5.5 is designated for this. And then Superintendent Vanderkar was speaking to other things that are in the bond that if the board decided to shift money from other things in the bond, there could be more money.
And my last question is what we know right now as far as building, and we can't ignore the fact that building materials and labor are way more expensive, not like cutely more expensive, like what? No, it's insane.
Yeah.
So how do we go out talking about what's actually happening to ask for more, to say, hey, this is the reality? Because I don't think anybody has egg on their face when we're dealing with realities of post-COVID. So what does that look like? Is that another bond? What is the name of that? And how do we as a board start that process?
Judy, did you want to say you were leaning in?
It would be another bond, and I think we would have to have conversations about that. And then I actually don't know the process. Mary and Alicia may.
I would like to hear that, what the process would be and how to do that.
If we had Andrea could tell us what the total amount we could go out for. There's a bit of a ceiling. And I think last time we worked on it for about 1.5 years before we actually went out to get it. So Mary, did you put your hand up just then? Did you do this? Oh, 2 years. So we would have to know, first of all, what the difference is between what our ceiling is and what the bonds that we have out. And then we would have to figure out if the public would be willing to support it. And that is the survey that we paid to have done last time. And that's when the board decided to go from 380 to less than 320 million.
And then it has to be written in a legal form, and it's got to meet a deadline for the most current election.
It has to go on the ballot. It goes on the ballot.
Right.
So possible, yes. Long-term would be, long-term in the course of 2 years, I guess.
I mean, in the reality of things, planning, and be nice if we had a magic wand or a nose that can make things happen. But that's bewitched for you youngsters. But the reality is, if we're telling people we're trying and doing steps, I think that goes a long way, as opposed to being like, oops, sorry, we changed our mind, which looks like to many like they're not being heard.
Okay, Mary.
Well, I just wanted to say your accounting of the history of this is correct. We started on this 2016. I remember the meeting when we first got the report from the facilities consultants. And there was actually talk from a previous superintendent, whose name shall remain unnamed, about getting rid of Edison because it was the oldest building in the district. And I know there was board pushback that said, no, we can't do that. So that's part of the reason that Edison was on the list. It is the oldest building in the district, but your recounting of the facts is correct. It was a 2-year planning process. We did originally, when we initially looked at it, we had $500 million. We had over $500 million in needs, and we knew that wouldn't fly with the voting public. So we scaled that back down, and we came up with some standardized sizes for things, which we all agreed upon at a board at that time, to keep the cost down, reduce the community engagement process after the bond had passed to more quickly, and save costs, get the building built. And then we did, it was May 2018 when we tentatively came to like the $380 or so amount, and we thought, that's a lot of money to ask the taxpayers, because we'd never gone out with a bond that big. So we waited, and we took a temperature of the community over the summer, and it didn't actually pass that resolution, which is what you need to do to put it on the ballot, to make it a legal document for the ballot, until September. And then we started a very vigorous campaign, and we wouldn't have done it without all of our community partners and the business community in particular. And so that's how that one evolved. But I don't know that going out, and this is what I've said, it's bond money. It's not like we get an annual allocation. So we have to figure out how to live within our means. And I don't see a lot of appetite out in the community for another bond issue in the next 2 years. And I certainly don't see the political will. And I know I was a volunteer out there knocking on doors and got a lot of pushback about property taxes because that's where this is coming from. And I just don't see in the next 2 years that we're going to be able to pass anything more. So I just wanted to say, yes, your facts are correct. And the other thing is things have changed over time. I know we built a cost escalator into this, but it's because of COVID, it's, gone crazy. And so I just think we need to recalibrate where we are, and, things change. I don't know if you've ever done home improvement projects, but that's kind of the way it is. And so I just think we need to be really, really careful as we move forward, realizing that we don't have an unlimited pot of money. Thanks.
Maya, then Gordon.
So I want to recognize how complicated this is, not only with COVID, but also with the shifting of players who are no longer here and folks who are in different roles. I recognize that, including staff members, families, etc. One thing I do want to say also, though, that I have experienced as a person who, at the time the bond was passed, had students at both Camas Ridge and North Eugene High School. So no students at Edison or at Aubrey Park, but at 2 of the 4 main projects. And so I attended a significant number of meetings. And I think it's worth noting that unfortunately, part of the situation that we're in can be attributed to some miscommunication. And what happens then is that miscommunication is interpreted as misinformation. And that worries me. I know that with Camas Ridge, there was a whole debacle about being told that we were moving to Willard, for example. And I see Sydney nodding, so you remember that. And there was confusion as to whether we had ever heard about that or not heard about that. And I'm seeing that kind of manifesting now. And I know that just having parents that I know who were at YG, there was a strong sense that there were, I'm gonna, for lack of a better word, promises made that they were communicated in a way that was asked to be formalized, and there was a sense of like being compelled to just trust the district, which I think is where we are now. And so in terms of the communication component, we are in a different situation. Mary's right, we need to reanalyze it. And part of reanalyzing it, I think, also means extending the opportunity for communication to happen. I don't know if every board member here has been inside of the Kelly building, but I would recommend that we create an event where we can be inside of the Kelly building and hear from the Kelly staff, while the Kelly staff is also hearing from district leadership about all of these situations and the shifts and the changes that have taken place. I think it's imperative that we find time to all be on the same page and not rely on passing information along. It feels too important, and it feels too much like we're playing a game of telephone where it's going around in circles. And I don't think that's helping anyone feel confident in this process on any side of the, it's not even sides. It's like this geometric configuration that I can't even identify, because it feels so many, it feels like there's so many perspectives that are not necessarily in conflict, but just speaking at each other at this point. So I really, and I've said it before, but I really want us to have some sort of opportunity where we are all in a space together. And I would like that to be in the Kelly building. I would like it for folks to experience that space and to understand what that space means. And for us to hear, for the Kelly and YG stakeholders to hear from the district, and also for the board to hear from the stakeholders in response to what we've just heard now. And also, so that's where I'm sitting with it. And I really want to strongly encourage us to not continue to do the game of telephone. I just think when that happens, too many people feel left out of the conversation or misunderstood, and that turns into, feelings of misinformation. And then there's inevitably the path that is absolutely understandable and feels natural, is that then there's feelings of suspicion and feelings of not being treated in a fair way. And we're talking about our, the nation's oldest Japanese immersion program. And I understand that the demographics of where they attend is one, or where they live is one thing, but if we're asking them to continue down the pathway of attending Kelly and then attending North, to move them out of the North region, I think we really need to put a lot of thought into that. And so again, I want to have a conversation that is clear, open, inclusive.
And we don't have to move them out of the North region. We do have some funds that we could, I call it adding an echo, like we've got these prefab buildings back here, or we could perform a Gillum, which is the ones where we've added on. So it's not like it would be just the way it is at Kelly. We could provide more room, but I think the choice, I would want the choice to be, we were supposed to meet with staff, and we have not set that up because this meeting was on the agenda. But we told the staff we would start with them and then we would move out to PTO community. So Gordon, I can see your hand.
I've said a lot of what I have to say before, but to reiterate, I mean, first, I really want to be clear on what the process is about how this decision is going to get made and whom. I know in the North region meetings, we raised the question of whether this is a superintendent decision or a board decision. I think it's a board decision, but I think we need to make that decision, and not tonight, but we need to be clear with people when we made the decision, the first decision about portables at Kelly, we had multiple meetings with 40 or 50 community members in the room calling for portables. And in the end, Superintendent Baldera said, oh no, this isn't a board decision, it's a superintendent decision, which was, I'm like, okay, well, why were we coming to board meetings all this time? So I want to be straight with people on where the decision is being made. Maybe that's not yet known, but I think that's a critical thing to figure out and announce as soon as we can. I also think calling this miscommunication is generous, and I don't mean this towards anybody on this call. This happened before Superintendent Vanderkar was in her position. It happened before Brooke Wagner was in her position, but we can't mislead people and then mislead them about the fact that we misled them. I mean, I think we were all in those meetings. We were meetings, packed meetings of parents, PTO meetings at that building where nobody said this is a good idea and everybody said this is a bad idea. We had multiple board meetings with lots of people coming in shirts, parents, kids, all saying this is a bad idea and there's not enough space. We had, I also don't want to, I think it's a mistake to talk about vocal staff. And I remember when this first happened in 2019 being told, oh, really, most people are okay. And there's just a few like chronic malcontent teachers who are stirring things up, not by anybody on this call. We received a letter that was a unanimous letter from the staffs of both Kelly and YG. So is it possible that there's somebody, a couple of people who disagree? Sure. But we have to take really seriously what the collective position is, what the consensus position is. I also do think this is part of the history of the North and South being treated differently. I mean, Maya kind of alluded to this. After the bond came out, Camas was told, oh, we think actually we're not going to build you a new school, we're going to put you in Willard. And people were incensed and said, we wouldn't have voted for the bond if we thought that was going to happen. And there was a couple of months of people being incensed, and then whoever it was said, okay, fine, we'll build you a new school. And I think that fits with the difference in political power. And I'm not accusing anybody on this call of anything, but I think that we have to own what that was. Like, it's not possible that it cost $60 million to make this school usable, and we have $5 million allocated, and that 2 years ago we thought that might work. It's like a whole order of magnitude different in money. If we had $5 million or $7 million allocated, that was never going to, that was never going to do this. And the fact that some staff may have walked through and said what we ourselves say, which is the Old North is not physically designed either for elementary school kids or for middle school kids. Okay, that's not a surprise. Now, we have limited, I agree. As far as I can see, we don't have $60 million to build a new school. I don't think we have close to that, but I think we need to, I don't think it does any good to try to put the blame someplace else or rewrite what those meetings that we all really sat through. And we need to have meetings. We need to know who's making the decision. We need to be straight about what the process is. We need to say, here's how much money we have, if that's $5 million or whatever it was. Like I said, I think we need to look at some of the things that are being, that we have the 2011 to 13 money for and see, are there, and I have not done this, so I'm not saying I think there are, but see, are there anything there that, like, while important, might be less important than making this more doable, both for its own sake and for the sake of being in good faith with that community. So, that's how I think we have to proceed, and proceed with clarity, and like whatever happened. But from now, we need to be straight, and we need to be, we need to do as much as we can with the money we have. Thanks.
Did you say the past bonds or the current bond? Sorry,
No, I know that there's some money left in the 2011 and 2013 bonds. I know that it's all been designated for something. I'm sure that all those things are worthy and important things, but I think it's worth looking at those and saying, is there any, in addition to the 5 million or whatever it is that we have now in the current bond, is there an extra $1 million that we could say we were going to do this? It's important, but it's less important than the additional improvement we could make if everybody's going to stay at that one building or whatever the solution is.
I do believe we would all agree that hindsight is 2020.
And I'm not blaming anybody on this call, but I think this was something that was never going to work the way people were led. And I mean, we've seen the papers, right? They were said, oh, and you'll have the option of North Eugene High School. And that was never going to be true. And nobody on this call is to blame for that, but I don't think it does us any good to not acknowledge that. I'd say this all happened after the amount of the bond was finalized. This was not because first we thought it was going to be one number and then another number. I mean, I was in all these meetings. It was long after the bond was passed. We knew what the final number was.
Let's go to Alicia and then figure out next steps.
Well, a couple of things. One, I didn't think I actually thought we had a shot with North Eugene. So I disagree with you, Gordon, and I was on the board. So you may have not have thought that, but I thought it was a viable option. And so we did make some choices, and we made them sometimes without, I didn't know that the rooms weren't going to be viable. They hadn't been through the, the tour hadn't happened. Sure, hindsight's always 20/20. Monday morning quarterbacking. We could have done this, we could have done that. But we're trying to do the best for these schools that we can do. And I think that first question about whose decision is it is a good one, because usually I can say, this is yours, that's mine, this is yours, that's mine. I actually can't say that with this. So I need clarity on that. And I think we also have to be really careful because, Gordon, you pulled out that thing where Camas was going to move to Willard. Board members never said that. That got put on some suggestion list, and then it went wild, and people had to be upset. And we don't need to do that. We need to be careful with our communication, and we need to be clear with our communication, because that was horrible to walk that back. And I don't want that to happen. So clarity is really important. I appreciate Gordon and Mary on that committee. And if, I trust you guys as you move forward, as you make decisions about how things, working with staff about how things should happen, and then bring that back to the full board. But I am in agreement that we need to get good communication. We need to hear people. We need to do the best we can with what we know now. And we need to figure out how we're going to pull that money together to make it work. I'm very committed to an articulated program with the Japanese immersion through North Utah High School. That's my hope, unless somebody explains to me why that wouldn't happen. That's what we've been after. So it's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Mary's next.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to say, part of the reason I know that we've had this conversation after the bond, even during the bond campaign, it was like, well, there were a lot of unanswered questions. And then after it passes, like, well, we actually need to answer these questions around North and around YG, and specifically YG, because I remember one of the parents said, is my kid gonna go here or here? That's what they wanted to know. Physically, where would they be? And so I think this, if there's any blame, it's us not being willing or answering that question a couple of years ago. And I would say we kicked the can down the road, and now the can is in front of us again, which is why I pressed again to have this as one of our board goals, because I felt like we needed to answer that for the residents of the North region. And being the only person on the board who's a member of the North region, I hear this a lot, and it's like, well, we don't know yet. And things change. And so I don't think there was any disingenuousness in our communication. We just didn't know. And a lot of times the communications get out, and, they're miscommunicated or misunderstood. And in fact, we were going to build Camas first. And then we said, wait a minute, Edison is older. And then we flip-flopped, and we were talking about building Edison, the site where Camas is, and there was just a lot of unknowns because we really weren't sure. And I just think it doesn't help anybody to suggest that there was disingenuousness or misleading. It was just we didn't know, and we certainly didn't know when the pandemic hit that it was going to take 2 years. And I remember we didn't think we needed the portables because we thought everybody'd fit, and then the COVID hits, and suddenly we have a space problem because of COVID protocol. So let's just give ourselves some grace and try to move forward with what we have. And I don't foresee us going out for a bond again. So we need to live within our means. So thank you.
Okay, I see 3 people in the queue. Let's just take those and then figure out our next step. So there's Gordon, and we'll go Maya and me. Gordon?
I'm sorry. I don't want to belabor this too much. I just think it's really important to own what happened and not to rewrite history. I like Alicia at the time, I thought that North was an option because we were told that North was an option, but it's not possible that something that turns out to cost 60 million was thought to be doable in 5. Like if it's cost 60 million, then it was never going to be doable. And we may not have known that, but someplace it was known. And I also don't, and what happened with the portables is also not that something changed. I mean, I can't remember where Martina was. I know that I voted to have portables and was voted down either 5-2 or 6-1, but everybody in that community was saying we need portables. It wasn't something that became clear just during, it's not like a function of COVID. And they had huge turnout. Like I think Brooke said in the beginning, we had this meeting and this meeting. We had a ton of meetings, and we had a ton of emails, and we had a ton of people coming to meetings, but none of it ended up mattering. And now we're trying to rebuild that relationship. I agree with what you said, Mary, like whatever money we have. We're not going to pass a new bond right now. We can't print money, but we also have to be straight with people about what's going on and how we got here.
Maya.
I just want to say that what's missing in this conversation from what I see and I feel is absolutely essential in moving forward in communication is what we ask of our students. You harm people and you say you're sorry, whether the harm was intentional or whether the harm wasn't. Like what is missing is a message to a community that recognizes that they're hurting and that it's on us to not just extend grace to ourselves, but to just say, we are sorry. We are very, very sorry. This is a horrible situation to be in. And that's what I'm seeing missing. And I really encourage us to find a way to prioritize that message before we move on and not prioritize defensiveness.
Okay, thank you. I think I have sort of 3 suggestions, well, 4. The first and the most important, and I think Gordon brought it up and Alicia reiterated, is to figure out whose decision this is. So I think, is that a vote and a conversation from the board, or do we need advice to figure that out? Because it is gray.
Yes, so what I think is that programs are usually decided by the superintendent, but this will cost a lot of money, so you'll have to approve the money part. So the gray part is that they overlap. And so with the portables, of course, you guys would have had to decide to pay for them if Gus wouldn't have put them there. And so I think what we could do is I could have, we'll look at past practice and current policy and come back to you. When's the next? It's not the 30th. It's.
Well, we might end up with a meeting on the 30th. So I think if you have that information sooner rather than later, this feels important. So it's either the 30th or our next meeting. I think there's another work session, but the next regularly scheduled meeting isn't until the 20th of April. So, Maya.
I mean, in terms of like a quick access of past history, programming is under the purview of the superintendent, but movement of programs has certainly been voted on by the board in the past. That's what occurred when Eastside was moved to the Harris building and the decision had to be revisited by the board, but that was definitely a decision that was voted on by the board. So the movement of programs has at least some precedence in falling under the hands of the board.
So we'll bring that information. It sounds like we will have to have some decision making here for both of those reasons. And then the other suggestion that I think we should make, the first one first, was Maya, yours about creating an event there. And if we do need a listening session, and to your point about is there any expression of really seeing that there's been a lot of miscommunication and misunderstanding and hurt here? So we could figure out timing wise when or if we want to pursue that. But that's on the, that was a concrete suggestion. And the last one is, Laurel, I'm now curious about timeline and what the whole process for a bond is. I don't know that that's realistic at this time, but let's look and get that information anyhow. So, okay, then I'm going to move on to our next item.
I think there was also a request to know, and sorry if I missed this, CP, all the money that's out there and where it can be applied. Was that on your list?
Yes, it wasn't, but thank you. It should be on my list. All right. So now we're at our items for action, and we have 2 items for action. And the first one is approving the EEA agreement with EEA. Do we have a motion for that one?
Yes, I move approval of the agreement with EEA.
Do we have a second? Okay, so we had Martina move and Alicia second. Any discussion? Mary.
Just to say, I'm glad that we reached an agreement with our licensed staff. It's really important. I'm glad we've done this, and I'm glad we can vote on this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Laurel.
I feel it's premature to vote on this tonight without the OSBA finalized. I think it's kind of a egalitarian behavior. Probably maybe some way you've always done it, but I don't think it's right. It's saying these are the important ones, and these are the important ones, and then them. So it should be our unions first, and then MAP employees. And I will not be able to vote on this tonight, even though I absolutely would vote on this if it came after important decisions about, and I'm sorry if I'm not saying all the letters right. So somebody tell me if I'm confusing anybody, but our classified union, I think that should come first, because there are some big questions that I've asked and want to be covered, and I want that to happen first.
So I think Mary has her hand up next.
Can the maker of the motion clarify? Because I thought the motion was to approve the EEA agreement.
Yes, that's what it was.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mary. So I'll save mine for a second.
Okay, thank you. So take back your comment because it's EEA. Okay. Any other discussion? Then all those in favor of approving the agreement with the Eugene Education Association, raise your hand. Okay, we have 7 members voting yes, so the motion passes unanimously. Okay, we have a second item on the agenda. Martina.
All right. I move approval of the agreement with MAPS as presented here in the packet. It's a long sentence.
We have a second. So Martina's moved and Alicia seconded again. So now we'll have discussion. And we have Gordon's hand up and then Laurel's.
Thanks. I would totally support the health insurance. But I would like to, I think that we should cap the COLA on the highest salary people. I know why we do across the board raises, but like a flat tax, what it ends up doing is, money means the most to people with the least of it, but an extra $1,000 if you're making $25,000, a lot of money. If you're making $100,000, not so much. And across the board means we end up giving the most money to the people who are already making the most. And at a time when we're trying to save, every penny or every dollar we can for all kinds of things. The reason that I wanted to put this off would be to find out more about like exactly how much money we would get from various ways of doing this. But in the absence of doing that, what I think we should do is to cap the 4% raises at $100,000. The highest teacher salary I think is 86. So this would still be significantly above that. It would mean up to $100,000. Everybody in MAPS gets the 444. But beyond that, I think that, and it's not that people don't deserve it, they deserve it. But when I say, is it better to spend the money that way on the people who are making the highest salaries than to have another counselor or another social worker or another educational assistant, or even, I've probably other people in the same situation. Every week I get things on Facebook from Donors Choice, from 4J teachers asking for $200 or $400 to buy art supplies, to buy a drying rack so kids can paint in class, to buy headphones for first graders who can't afford them for their iPads, to buy reading lamps for third graders. These are all things that just in the last couple of weeks. And those are all really important needs that are pretty small dollars. And so when I look and say, where is it more important to spend the money? I think that kind of stuff and maybe some of the other things for OSCA are more important. I don't know, because we haven't put it off. We don't have time to do the calculations and say, well, exactly how much money would we get from capping at $100,000? But in the absence of information, that's what I think would be both just and wise.
Laurel.
Okay. I've already said some of it, but I'll reiterate what I'm saying is that I don't believe that we should be voting on this before, is it OSCA?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Before that is agreed upon. I would be happy to vote on it afterwards, but not before. so I can't vote on it right now.
So Karen and then Maya.
Thank you. Good evening. I had some comments ready just to kind of present the action items, so I apologize for butting in, but feel compelled to share just a few things that hopefully will help the board. So what has happened in the past and happened again this year is after the tentative agreement signed with EEA, district leadership met with MAPS leadership to talk about moving forward with a Me Too, for lack of a better word, COLA and insurance package. MAPS leadership understands the tension and stress going on in the district financially and didn't ask for anything else and agreed that that was a really reasonable thing to move forward with. It's been our past practice and has been that we've provided a similar compensation package to MAPS after EEA for, gosh, quite some time. It's kind of a hallmark between the relationship between the district and MAPS. And I think that relationship is certainly nothing to take lightly. I think our professionals, supervisors, managers, and administrators work just as hard as any other employee in the district. And I worry that if this isn't approved, one, it's going to show a lack of value for leadership in the district. I also worry that it's going to make recruitment more difficult for our administrators and for strong leadership in the district, including, by the way, teacher leaders that look to aspire to administrative managers or professional positions. I also want to compliment the board. Over the last 11 months during negotiations with EEA, I heard countless statements about the desire to look after all of our employees. And I believe we mean that. And I think this is the appropriate way to share that. And my last comment, and then I promise I'll be quiet. And I'm going to use a comment that Maya said about unintended harm. I worry that by giving differential COLAs and compensation, that you're going to create disharmony between employee groups in the district, and you're going to create additional stress and hurt and division in the district. And so I strongly advocate that the board support the superintendent's recommendation to provide this COLA for MAPS and executives. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Karen. I'll go to Maya and Laurel and Gordon in a minute. I have a question that maybe we could clarify because why, so to Laurel's point about OSEA, because I remember being struck that it seems like we usually bargain with EEA and then OSEA. Is there any history or in the timeline that it's not lack of importance? I hope not.
Correct. It's not lack of importance. It's also cyclical. So we negotiated with OSEA just last year on a financial opener and extended their contract for a year. It's really about timelines and not about who gets it first. Some years it could look like the OSEA happens before EEA, and it's really just the timelines. This is not, the dates of negotiation have nothing to do with a value placed on any group.
Thank you. Okay, Maya, Laurel, Gordon.
This is a really interesting question because for me, one of the components of the bargaining that we did with EEA was that it does set a motion outwards of impacting all our employee groups, and that feels really important. I also want to think about the concept of equity versus equality and the impact of that 4% COLA on the different groups as they take shape. So when I hear Laurel talking about wanting a base pay for our classified staff, for example, that would be way higher than the 4% COLA. And I don't want to resist that because we are insisting that everyone gets what's equal. So I really like that everyone is impacted by what is established in the EEA bargaining. I think that's really an important practice. I do think that it would be interesting to hear what the financial impact of what Gordon suggested would actually be. I mean, are we talking a negligible amount, or are we talking a significant amount? And I'm not a math person, so Sydney, if I'm wrong, tell me, but I just doing the math quickly, you know, the $100,000 mark versus the let's say 50,000 to make the math easier. That's you know, one group getting 12,486 over the course of 3 years versus half of that for the other group. And then we bring in OSEA. And so I feel like it would be important to get more financial information, because I would like to see equity in everything that we do in the district. And sometimes we confuse that with equality, and I don't want to make that mistake. I also very much hear what you're saying, Karen, about wanting to make sure that there's good working relationships between employee groups. And I don't want to step in between those. So I think that considering what Gordon brought up is really kind of unprecedented, at least in recent history, that it bears the time and the information that would lead us to making the best decision with all of our employee groups in mind. I don't want to do, you know, quick calculate. I would say cocktail napkin, but I do not have a cocktail napkin. I have my trusty phone to do my calculations, but I don't trust that I'm necessarily doing them correct. And I don't know what it means when I say 12,000 for one person, what that means across all of MAPS, because everybody doesn't earn, you know, principals can earn in the 80s, and then directors can earn a heck of a lot more. So I would be interested in finding out what the impact of Gordon's suggestion would be. So I support the proposal that he put forward, I believe, or is gonna, Gordon, to postpone this until we have a little bit more information. But I want to reiterate that the value of bargaining impacting all employees is incredibly important to me, and I don't want to lose sight of that in this conversation either.
We have Laurel.
Mary can go. She hasn't spoken yet.
Great. Go ahead, Mary.
Sorry, okay, I'm sorry. Trying to lower my hand. I thought I had spoken on this topic, but I would remind us all that we had several budget committee meetings starting in January, where the 5-year financial forecast was presented to us, where we talked about different wage settlements, and this information has been presented to us. And so it's not like this is, oh my gosh, I've never heard this before, because that's simply not true. Andrew did an excellent presentation on that. And you know, this is long-term practice to have like EEA set the standard with regard to equity for all our employees, and then the MAPS groups, you know, usually gets, and they should get what EEA is received in their bargaining. And I will say the city of Eugene does this. I was an exempt employee, which is the equivalent of in 4J of MAPS. And after the unions would settle, especially AFSCME, then we would start conversations about what might be appropriate for the management staff. And it was very similar to that. So this is not like a wild I asked idea. I didn't want to say that word, but I did. It's something that is standard in a lot of large organizations. And you know, we voted at the beginning of this meeting to take action tonight and not to have this conversation again. So I feel like, you know, we're debating this over and over again when we've already made the decision to actually have a conversation about taking action. And so I just think, a lot of what we heard too during the EEA negotiations was, we didn't respect staff because we weren't reaching an agreement. Well, this is not respecting the management and professional staff. And, they do a lot of work and they do hard work. They're all here tonight, Did they get any extra pay for staying up all night? No. And I just think this is the wrong tree to be barking up. If we want to save money, then let's look at systematic changes to what we do and not try to nitpick at some of our most valued employees. And I think that's it for now. So thanks.
Laurel?
Well, it's fascinating of what we call our most valued employees. I see everybody who works here has their place and does really hard work. So the reality of what Mary was talking about was that wasn't equity, that was equality. And listening to Karen, advocating and saying, hey, be nice, do this now. What we're asking for is information. What I want to know is, can I raise base wages for OSCA to 18 if this happens? Things like that. Those are valid questions to ask. We have people that worked for us for 20 years who make less than $20 an hour. That is unconscionable. They're dedicated, important employees as well. We have a problem in our society where we think some people are valued more than others. So what I was trying to say, those that we do not pay as much, can we make sure they're taken care of? And it's kind of like the captain of the ship. We take care of those that are not quite at the same level and maybe don't have the same education. I don't like to say level because that makes it sound like some people are better, but I think you understand what I mean. Not the same pay level. And then we take care of those that take care of the rest of the ship. That's appropriate to answer all those questions first. And I will never in the history of time think we've always done it this way. That's why we should continue to do it. This is when I hear that, those are the reasons that I still have to fight for equality and equity because of my skin color. Whenever I hear that, it is never a good reason. It is always the bad reason of why to do it. Give me a reason why it should be done, not because you want to tug on heartstrings and say, don't be a bad person. Say it has to be done for certain reasons. It's the timelines. Give me the logic and I'm there with you. Absolutely, everybody deserves their pay raise. But I definitely want to see us take care of those we have a horrible history of taking care of in our district. A horrible history. We have people that get paid below the poverty rate. That's not okay. We can change that and be leaders in this. And yes, everybody wants to respond and get angry, but the reality is the way we're doing it is not okay. And so if we could get that information first and then do this, it looks a lot better. And it does. And I do not believe there's anybody in our district in leadership who's going to be like, well, I had to wait 2 weeks for those people. I've not met anybody like that here. I think they would have no problem with it. Thank you.
So Alicia, you haven't spoken yet on this, so.
Thanks. I kind of look at this because I've been through it before, and I'm going to give you a couple reasons, Laurel, to move forward with this. First, though, I'm going to pause and I'm going to say, I appreciate your passion for those people in our classified union. My son worked there, and I remember the day he called and said, how do you even afford to live on this? And so I am curious, and I do want us to say, what can we do? But I think the money we would save isn't enough to make that happen. There aren't enough people over 100,000. And let me tell you why I wouldn't support it. When I see something like that happen, and Gordon talked about the top teacher, but then people don't want to move into administration because the compression, that meaning that by the time you get, it's not worth that move. And so that's one of the things I worry about. And you guys could argue there is a compression. I believe there will be. Also, it's harder to recruit administrators because you can make more somewhere else, and we've had that issue. So those are two things that kind of play for me as to why I wouldn't take this one on. I watched us go through the whole thing at the county, and in the end it was determined it just there was too much loss in doing something like that. And I do appreciate that people do make more. The top teachers make more than the new teachers. Are we figuring that out so that everybody makes the same? I don't think so, but you're asking us to do that with administrators, and not just administrators, because MAPS looks at a whole bunch of folks. So it feels, it's frustrating to me we're having this conversation. It's not frustrating to me, Laurel, that we're having the conversation you want to have at all. But to try to make that happen off the backs of, my guess is, and maybe Karen, you can tell me how many people, I don't even know that it matters, but it's not a large, huge amount of people that are making over 100,000. And 100,000 is kind of, as administrators go, boy, you're getting, it's not worth it to me. The conversation you want to have, Laurel, is worth it. So those are my 2 cents.
We have Gordon, Maya, and Mary.
Thanks. I think this is the classic situation that we all go back to quoting Jim Torrey saying, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And that we need to make choices about what are the most priorities. I recognize that this is past practice. I mean, as far as I know, it's been a long time that this has been the standard, and it makes sense. Karen, you said that MAPS employees work just as hard as anyone else. I know that that's true. But it's also true that they'll be getting as much in dollars, in fact, more than anybody else who works in the district. They just won't be getting, they'll just be getting twice as much instead of 3 or 4 or 5 times as much. Will it be hard to recruit some people? I don't know. We know it's already been impossible to recruit some classified staff. We have kids who don't have their bus routes running because we can't get bus drivers. And part of the reason that's so is that 14% of OSEA members report that they regularly have trouble feeding their families, and 9% say they're facing danger of homelessness. We can't be funding raises for the highest salaried people on the backs of these employees. And we know what the needs are about mental health. I mean, we just earlier this meeting, and I'm not trying to call anybody out because I understand there are multiple things that are important. You focus on this, it's important. You focus on this, it's important. But I do want to steer our focus back to the beginning of the meeting. Everybody, I think, said we need to do more, and we don't have much money. So if this was enough money to put 2 more counselors into South Eugene High School, would that be worth it? If it was enough to put 2 more into every high school, would that be worth it? I mean, to me, when we all say that what we're about is putting students first, given the crisis that we're in, which we have not been in forever, multiple crises, but especially the crisis of mental health and of self-harm and of suicide, to say, to make the choice to not say whatever we can fund, if we can fund more counselors, if we can fund whatever the things are that are the right things to fund, we're not going to do that in order to have much bigger dollar amount raises for the people who are the highest paid. To me, so, okay, it could be, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen with mental health, and we don't know what's going to happen with recruiting of the highest paid positions, but we have to make a choice. And if we say we're putting students first, I don't see any way that it's not this. So I don't know exactly where we're at in terms of Robert's rules, but I'm not trying to cut off debate, but whenever is the appropriate point, Judy, I'd like to make a motion that we table this for 2 weeks or whenever our next meeting is, and ask the district to get us a spreadsheet of numbers so we can see, not by anybody's name, obviously, so we can see how much money might be generated by drawing a line at different places, and then come back to this. And you can tell me, Judy, if that's out of order or I should wait, or I'm kind of lost. I'm not
The
sure.
motion
about
on the table
procedure.
right now.
Right, so you can move to table it, I think, at any point.
I second that.
Oh,
No,
okay.
there's a motion on the table right now.
I understand. So Judy said I should make a motion to table it if that's what I want to do.
Can't
So
they do
then that's
that?
what I'll do.
Yeah, you can do that.
There is a
That's my
motion on the
motion.
table right now. So
And you
we
can
need to
motion to
resolve that.
table
Do
the
we need to
motion.
resolve that motion is my question to the chair.
No, that's not
Sure.
true. You can table the motion.
No, there's such a thing as tabling a motion without voting on it.
You can lie it down, you can table it, you can do a whole lot of things to a motion. You do not have to proceed with the vote.
I think we can do that, and it's just a majority vote. So,
Okay, so I propose that we table the
Can
motion.
we get a second opinion from our legal counsel? Because I don't believe that's true.
Actually, you can move to postpone consideration of this, and so you can.
But there is a motion on the table right now. Do we not need to deal with that first? That's my question.
You're arguing with Christine and she just told
I
you.
just asked, she was talking about the motion to postpone.
Yeah, sorry.
so it's the difference between,
Yeah, I believe you may. That's my assessment right now. Yeah. So you
Okay,
can
so-
move to postpone consideration of something.
So I move to postpone.
May not interrupt a speaker, but yeah,
I'm sorry.
sorry about that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Christine.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, so.
so you're.
Okay, so
moving-
then I move to postpone consideration until the next meeting or whenever hopefully the next meeting, the district can get us numbers so we can make a more informed decision about this.
And I already second that.
So, then do we vote on this? It's a majority vote, I think. We don't have to have a discussion. So I guess we call the vote to postpone, and it's a majority vote. So all those in favor of postponing, raise your hand. So there's 1, 2, 3 that vote to postpone. All that don't want to postpone, raise your hand. 4. So I think we have the motion still on the table. The motion to postpone fails. Maya.
I just want to respond to the idea that giving the same COLA to all 3 employee groups is a matter of equity. That is a matter of equality. We have an employee group with a large number of employees who do not earn a living wage. I would advocate for them to receive a higher COLA than the folks at EEA just bargained. I also would like to I want to recognize also that even if MAPS were to receive a cap the way Gordon is describing it, they have still benefited from the tremendous amount of labor that EEA put into bargaining. That is still something that is coming into their space in a very positive way. The last thing that I think is important to note is that I really appreciate being able to hear from Karen, who I assume is a member of MAPS or under the category of MAPS and would be impacted by this decision. Is that not right?
Well, it's half and half right. I am not in MAPS, but I would be impacted by this. And I do find that to be a difficult situation to be in right now, but as the director of HR, it is also my duty to bring this forward.
Right, and I appreciate that it's a difficult position for you, but I also appreciate that it gives us a perspective that we weren't given when we were in the process of deciding on a contract with EEA, and we're about to enter that same arena with OSEA. So in terms of practice, I would like to remind ourselves of this when we do enter the conversation with OSEA, and find a way for us to be able to hear from the folks who are impacted in the future. It felt like it was missing for me. I know that I'm not part of the long history of practice, but I appreciate the perspective that you can offer us, Karen, and I would like that to be replicated when we're talking to the other employee groups about their possible contracts. So just those are my 2 points, that equality cannot be confused with equity, and that everybody is still benefiting from the tremendous amount of labor that EEA put into their bargaining agreement. And I also would be really supportive of it going in the opposite direction, and OSEA having a higher COLA attached. That to me is equity. When there's people in our district who are not earning a living wage, they should be earning a higher COLA than the folks who are earning a comfortable salary. And that's not to say that the value is different in terms of appreciation. It's to say that the living situation is different for each situation, and that we have to recognize that we need to take care of each other.
So I'm going to just come in the queue a second because I haven't gotten to speak. And there's just one point I want to bring up. One is, I think the argument, the conversation about OSEA, I'm very on board with too. I completely agree with this concept of looking at COLAs in different categories, et cetera. You know, when you look at the MAPS people and administrators, it's just important to note, if we say the high end, let's say 100,000 and 87,000, they're also working a different number of days. That's an annual salary. It's not an hourly. So most of our administrators work a different number of days. And I know that's true. Yes, they work 10 months, 11 months, 12 months. Is that right? Rather than, so the actual comparator would be an hourly wage more than an annual wage. And those are things for recruitment and that people look at. I just think it's an important factor. I'm not saying it would change your mind. It just is a factor. So Karen.
Thank you. I just think one, you took part of my words out of my mouth about the days. I think it's really hard because the work schedule for many of our MAPS employees is different than for our classified staff. And Laurel and everyone, I think what's really hard is there are 2 topics that are being discussed. There's classified, which nobody is arguing that we are getting ready to enter into negotiations with OSEA, and we'll be talking to the board about that. When Andrea did all of her work through EEA negotiations and we had conversations, you know, those things were in consideration. So I just want to remind everybody that this is not on the backs of or out of the mouths of. This is this calculation was done by financial services during that process, and MAPS doesn't have a union. This is their argument and their plea. Plea is the wrong word. I'm sorry. It's almost midnight, but I am trying to do my best to articulate why this is an appropriate action for the board to take on behalf of about 140 employees. And so I hope you hear, Laurel, I wasn't trying to pull on heartstrings. I was just trying to convey the message. And at the same time, there is not a single MAPS member that wouldn't advocate the strength of our classified staff as we have in this meeting tonight. So I think the 2 topics are mixed, and I'd like to remind everybody that what we're asking about tonight is our MAPS employees. Thank you.
Okay, Gordon.
Thanks. I guess first I find the argument about recruitment kind of problematic. We spent many, many months where the district's COLA proposal to EEA was 1.5%. I didn't hear the majority of the board, and I certainly didn't hear from the HR department saying, this is unacceptable because we need to give people 4% raises in order to recruit and retain quality people, whether administrative or anybody else. The COLA came out, I think, much higher, certainly much higher than I heard anybody speaking out for, except I think Maya and Laurel and myself on the board. So I find that not that convincing an argument, to be honest. And I also think everybody can say, yeah, we're concerned about classified employees, but concerned is say, okay, we're concerned, but we're going to send you home where you might be hungry during the year, or you might lose your house or whatever is not, that's word, there's words and there's deeds. And the bottom line is, I think in the amounts of money that we're asking about, I don't know what difference it would make in the OSEA contract. I believe it would make a difference in staffing for mental health. And I would just ask my colleagues, since we don't know the answer to this question, how much money would make a difference? If this money, if the 100,000 cutoff was enough to create 2 more counselor positions or 4 more counselor positions or social workers, but I don't know if what we need is counselors or social workers, but is that enough to make it worthwhile? Because we don't know that number, but I think that number is pretty small for me to say it's so important to give $12,000 raises to the, or whatever, $20,000 raises over 3 years to the highest paid people, that we're gonna do that rather than fund even 2 or 3 more positions. I don't think there's any way to be putting students first and think that that's the answer. But I would just ask everybody to think like, well, what is the number that would be meaningful? Because I assume there's some number for everybody here. Thank you.
Laurel.
So all these heartfelt things, like we're just asking for you to do something that's right for these wonderful employees. Of course, we are just asking for more time to make informed decisions. That's what we're just asking for. And we're ignored by our fellow board members who are much more conservative than we are. So I am sad that I wasn't given the time and respect of when I asked for more time and to get more information. I'm sad that my fellow board members, once again, have no thought about that. I do not understand why anyone would want us to make a decision on this that wasn't well informed, unless really informing us isn't that important. Just do it. And we were told this isn't a timely decision. So I'm saying all these things, and also to answer to Judy, when you're saying, oh, these people work all year, so they should make a ton more money. We have teachers, you don't even know how many hours they work. It's unreasonable the amount of hours they work. They can't get paid for it. They don't get paid for it. If they were paid by the hour, they would make more than most of these people because of how much they work. So it's not a reasonable argument, and it shows a lack of awareness of what we're asking of our educators. But be that as it may, I don't know, Gordon, is your hand still up? Or are you? I'm going to call for the vote because I already know what my fellow board members think of me. So go ahead and vote on it. I really wish you would have given us more time.
Mary, so she called for the vote. So do we?
Well, that's what I was going to do, is call the question.
Right. So then I don't think we have to vote on calling for the vote unless someone wants to object to that, right? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as it was given and in the packet, raise your hand and say aye. Raise your hand. So we have 4 yeses. All those opposed, same sign. 4 noes, Gordon, Laurel, and Maya. So the motion passes with 4 yeses and 3 nos. Okay.
Judy,
So,
can I just say something? This is the second meeting in a row that we're asking for something that is not time sensitive to be given the opportunity for more information. I'm uncomfortable having voted the way that I voted because I do want to support our MAPS employees. And yet the only reason that I voted that way is because I don't feel prepared to vote in a productive way. And I hope that our fellow board members who can move through these things more quickly because they've been around for 17 years can hear us saying that we really want to make thoughtful, informed, respectful decisions. And I feel as though I just voted in a way that is easily perceived as disrespectful, but it was because I didn't feel as though I was making an informed decision the way that Gordon pointed out we could think about things differently. I'm really uncomfortable being put into that position when it's not timely and you hear us asking for information. I'm hopeful that that does not turn into a pattern because this isn't the kind of learning curve that I feel comfortable with.
can I just respond to that a little bit? Because I agree. I don't want to force people into making votes about things they don't understand. So I think one way we could handle some of that is to also if you see something on the agenda you don't understand, I think there are people that would spend time possibly to talk about it. I wasn't sure more information would have moved this agenda anywhere, this particular item, but
I specifically said that if it was a negligible amount, I wouldn't even consider Gordon's proposal. I didn't read that and have the understanding that I didn't have all the information until my fellow board member pointed out his concern. This wasn't something that was flagged in my head that I thought I needed more information.
thank you
Gordon,
for that.
Gordon brought something up and that made my brain say, I can't make the decision based on Gordon's motion in a thoughtful way.
Okay, that clarifies that, Maya. Thank you. That's helpful. Alicia.
Thanks, Maya. To me, it wasn't about more information. It was about the proposal. I was not going to entertain that proposal. And so Maya, that's why I didn't vote to wait, because there was no way I was going to entertain that proposal. And I don't know how the other people felt, but I just wanted you to know that because I understand needing a little more time. And if it'd been, but there was an actual proposal put on the table or a thought about something. And so it's not as easy as, or as clean as I didn't have enough time. The proposal was there. And that's why you can agree or disagree with me that I should have thought about it or I should have run through it, but I didn't. And so I just want you to know, I'm sorry you feel disrespected that we ran through it. That was my thinking. And again, you can agree or disagree. I just want you to know that's what I was thinking. Thanks.
Laurel.
The only proposal on the table was to ask for more information from the district in relation to how it would affect our OSEA request. I know Gordon had mentioned things, but that wasn't a proposal. That wasn't he said what his motion was, and his motion was to wait 2 weeks and ask for more time. We all heard that. So that what you're saying is disingenuous. We all heard exactly what the motion was, what was on the table. So that does not, what you said doesn't
Point of order. I don't want to be called a name. I was not being disingenuous. I was sharing my thoughts. You can agree or disagree, but please don't call me a name. Thank you.
Disingenuous is not a name.
Don't call me a name.
It's not a name.
A truth, Laurel.
It is not a
Please.
name.
I'm asking us to be respectful.
No, you don't want to take accountability for your actions, and I will hold you accountable. You are not honest. There, you got it.
I would like the chair to deal with that comment that was just made about my honesty when I was trying to be as clear and kind as possible. I'm not going to be called names by other board members. We're trying to do better than that, Laurel. We're trying to do better.
So I think we need to ratchet this down. We're on a side conversation. I agree we need to treat each other respectfully. Accusing someone of lying is, Alicia was sharing her experience and her information. And so I'd like the board to refrain from calling people liars or other names inadvertently. So I just think it is midnight almost. And this might be an important conversation that we could put on the board, on the, an agenda in terms of when we need information and how we go about this. I don't want, I think that this is the second time it's come up in this way, and probably we should come to some agreements about that. So the last thing is items for a future agenda. Anyone want to add any? Did we lose Laurel?
Yeah, I think that the bond review is coming, and if we get a chance, we can talk about it at the next next leadership. But I think I can answer many of Gordon's questions on a bond review meeting, and then maybe we could put some numbers to North ideas, if that makes sense, like what it would cost if this or that. But what I don't want to do is do a whole bunch of work and have people feel like we're saying this is what you have to do. I just thought it would be helpful if the board knew what it would cost and where well, there's not enough money to pay for it, but everything's allocated, but we could talk about allocated, I guess.
Thank you. We will put that on. Maya.
So in light of the news that we heard from Martina today, and the fact that we are in the middle of a superintendent search that feels it feels like it's important that we move the process forward in as rapid a pace as we can by still following through all the steps. So I just wanted to put it out there that at the earliest convenience, we need to have a conversation about what that's going to look like and what the timeline for that will be. So that's just I know we don't have a board meeting until April 20th. So that might mean asking for a special meeting sooner than that.
Thank you, Maya. We have a meeting scheduled on March 30th. That's a work session, and we could add that agenda item. I've started to look into the state laws and our policy about that. So
okay.
We'll also, yeah.
I appreciate that. If March 30th, I don't want to put Martina in an awkward or compromising position. So I know that overlaps with her last day. So just however that works, I just wanted to point that part out. But I appreciate, Judy, that you're already moving forward with making plans for that conversation.
Thank you. Yes, and I'll have things to share for sure. So I think that we've already had 2 board members leave. So Mary. Oh.
I don't understand why people are leaving. We're almost to the end. Okay, that's all.
So I'm going to, not seeing any other hands up for agenda items. Please look at your agenda for the next board meeting dates, and I will adjourn this meeting at 11:58. Thank you.